Hello, hello. Welcome, one and all. Yes, hopefully this is all working. Dear God, I've had to wire this whole thing up like a Christmas tree to play this game. Yes, hello, welcome, one and all, to what is going to be most likely a live stream I regret over the next few weeks, because, yeah, they're going to be quite long. Welcome. It is, what have I called this? Quest for the Black Hole. There you go. Replacing Fallout Friday and Skyrim Saturday, just for a week or two. Where I will be playing Elite Dangerous. I'll explain in a minute, but it's basically about going to the black hole, the supermassive black hole, at the centre of the Milky Way galaxy, Sagittarius A star. Now, very quickly before we get going, I'll explain that more in a minute, but very quickly before we get going, please, Lol, let me know that you can see me and hear me okay. Very quick shout out to the people that make all my content possible. First and foremost, my patrons and YouTube channel members. My patrons who join the channel by going to patreon.com/modelmakingguru. You can see it at the bottom of the screen there. Big thank you to them. And to my YouTube channel members who became members by pressing the join button underneath any one of my videos. They are all awesome people. They support this channel. They keep it going. They keep it alive. They keep the lights on and bills paid and food on my table. So without them, this channel wouldn't exist. So massive thank you to all of them. Dad says, yep, all good, folks. Thanks, Dad. So, yeah, big thank you to them. And, of course, to my corporate supporters, goblingaming.co.uk and emodels.co.uk, your one-stop shop for all your tabletop gaming and model-making needs. Big thank you to those two companies. Links for those two in the description below the video. Make sure that you check them out if you want to go and pick up some stuff. Use those links. It tells them that I sent you, and I get some income from that. Now, I've just got to move some things around a little bit on my desk, on my bench here, so I can see the chat, because it's currently kind of... Yeah, the downside of playing Elite Dangerous... I'll tell you in a minute what I've got the setup is, but it's a bit fiddly. Hey, Angus Allet's in. Let's have a quick look at chat and see who's in before we get going. Chris at Gross Models popped in, but he'll be popping in and out. Wendy Hickson's in, so welcome to you too. Dad at Scaly Models, welcome Dad. He's one of your mods, as is Chris. They'll keep you safe in chat, so look after you. And Angus Allet's also in chat, so welcome to all of you. Got 6 of you watching so far. Now, I don't expect high viewing figures today because, first of all, it's Friday afternoon. A lot of people will still be at work. And second of all, this is going to be 6 hours long. I'm going to be going till 6 o'clock. And then tomorrow, if I don't get to the black hole, I'll be going for another 6 hours tomorrow. And this is the plan, basically. I've been playing Elite Dangerous for many years now. And I'm not signed in as my normal Xbox gaming profile. I'm signed in as my own personal profile. And on this game, I've had this ship. This is the good ship Cumberton's Funk, which is my Krait Mk, and I've had it for a good couple of years, 2 or 3 years. And I left the Earth bubble, the bubble of planets around Earth, about 2.5, 3 years ago, with the quest of going out to explore. Hi, Brian Wimmel's in. Hi, Brian. The quest was to go out and explore, get lots and lots of astronomical data, and then get to the black hole at the centre of the galaxy, Sagittarius A star, come all the way back, and cash in all the astronomical data for big, massive amounts of credits. There's now actually a space station just before Sagittarius A star, so I can do that on the way. But it's been like 2.5 years, and I've not got very far. I've got like halfway. So I suddenly thought what I'd do, because the new sort of DLC is coming out next year, next probably spring, early summer, I want to get this done. Now, a lot of people have gone to the black hole. It's been a trivial matter, but I've never done it. So I need to get that done. So I thought I'll sit down with you guys. I'm going to crunch it. I probably reckon I've got about 1,000 jumps. Maybe more, to get to Sagittarius A star. I'll show you in a minute on the map where I am. But that's the plan, is I'm just going to sit and straight, jump. It's going to be quite boring, because now once we're outside the civilized bubble, there's nothing out here apart from planets and stars and things. It's scanning and probing. Probing everything. So that's what we're going to be doing. So we're going to crack on. Now, just before you think this is actually a static image, no, this is me. This is my ship now. Yeah, we're actually flying now. Look at that. Yes, I love. This is the. I've gone wrong. Hang on. Oh, I'm trying to give you a good view of the Cumberton's Funk. Now, as you can tell, because it's been out in space for like 2 years, 2.5, 3 years, it's a bit battered. I can't really show you without going into the darkness. It's a bit battered. Let's see if we can turn that up a little bit. Let's go that way. There we go. Yeah, it's a bit... My paint's a bit chipped. You can see where all the stuff at the front's kind of gone a bit grey, because it's just Yeah, it's... I've got some paint missing. Let's just leave it at that, shall we? Yeah. So the good ship Cumberton's Funk. Now it's quite a big ship, and I will give you a little. I won't give you a guided tour because obviously we're facing the wrong way now, and the sun's behind me, or the star, I should say. And I can't turn the lights on without messing things up. Let's just turn him around a bit, and just so you get an idea of how big this ship is, if you've not seen one of my elite streams before, yeah. That'll do. I'm doing it for the wrong way around. Right, let's just move in a bit. That's me, the pilot dude. Look at that. Oh, come down. There we go, that's me sat there in my special pilot chair. And the best bit is, every time I move the sticks, and you won't really see it because the sticks will move, but every time I move the sticks, you see how his stick's moving. That's me moving my stick. It's great, isn't it? Yes. Yeah, so that's how big this ship is. I'll give you a proper guided tour in a bit. There goes the chat falling over as usual. So we'll come out of this view anyway. There we go. So here we are. We're in my cockpit. So this is the good ship Cumberton's Funk. As you can see, it has quite the spacious cockpit. By spacious, I mean it's not that spacious where I'm sat. But there is an entire cockpit behind me. And I'll see if I can get to that view for you. There's actually 2 extra seats on this ship. But I'm not doing multi-pilot stuff today. So yeah, we've got lots of extra seats. We've got a co-pilot and a second co-pilot. Quite a big cockpit. That's me. This is me. That's my pilot. I've been flying with him for, yeah, 3 years. But look at this. Look, that's me. That's me. I'm physically wiggling my sticks right now. I have my HOTAS sticks, so it actually maps what I've got, and I'll tell you my setup in a minute. Yeah, do expect some shenanigans with the sticks as we go along because, yeah, they're kind of getting a bit old now. What else have we got? Anything else in the cockpit? No. Oh well, but I can move the camera around. So it's quite a big cockpit on this ship. Quite voluminous. It's quite cool. Anyway, yes. So enough. I need to go and plot our route. So let me just. No, I'm pressing all the wrong buttons now. Go away, weapons. Don't need you. So I'm going to put my headphones on so I can hear. Brian Wimwell says, you can tell Fox has the buttons. Yeah, because everything's going wrong. Right, so let's just get out of some direct sunlight so you can see everything. So, what is the plan for today? Well, what we need to do is go to the galaxy map and have a look. Okay. Now I've got a route planner that should automatically kick in. It'll start plotting the route. We are heading today towards Eord Prow UJP D6780, that well-known star. Yeah, it's a halfway mark between where I am and the black hole. Welcome to the Milky Way. Just so you know, Earth is kind of here somewhere around here. We are currently here. I've gone too far. We're currently here somewhere. And what we need to do is get all the way to Sagittarius A star, which is, if I go to, look, I go here. There. I wonder if it'll let me plot a route. Let's see if it'll let me plot it. It probably won't let me plot the route because it's probably too far away. But yes, this is where we're headed. Now, in the old days, that will be your endpoint of your destination. But thankfully now there is actually a starbase nearby which you can dock in and do lots of repairs and stuff. So we are currently here. Now, it may not look like much, but if I change the what do I want? AF. Right, okay. If I make all stars visible, I've only got 2 or 3 types of stars visible right now, but if I make all stars visible, oops, set it to realistic view, just to give you an idea. Let's go for the realistic view of the map. Okay. This is the center of the Milky Way galaxy. Every single one of these specks is a star, and every single one of these stars I can travel to. And every single one of those stars probably has, or most of them have, planets and asteroid belts. And I'm zooming out right now, just so you know. In this simulation of the Milky Way, there are approximately 400 billion stars that I can travel to. And I've just seen... I just saw, a black hole. And it's very rare to actually see a black hole. I can't. Very rare that you actually see a black hole in the galaxy map. And I would have found, if I can find it, I would travel to it. Not Sagittarius A star, but I'd include it on my route map. Never seen that before. And it zoomed past so fast. Oh well, never mind. So yes, anyway, here we are. All these stars, and this is just the centre of the galaxy. I've got to travel to the Sagittarius A star. I'll just zoom out faster. There we go. So you can see it's quite an extensive simulation. So that's the plan, is to get there. So I'm going to go back to my mapping and take all those stars off. We need to... There we go. Take off that and that. I'm going to set my route map basically. There we go. Right, so what I'm basically doing is I want to get to the Milky Way at the centre. Just going to reset my route map to where I need to go. Did it actually allow me to set a route map? I don't think it did. Or did it? No, it didn't. Let's give it another try, just see what route. It might let me do a straight journey. Yes, I need to get to the black hole. Now what I'm doing is basically flying along and collecting data as I go. I'm scanning planets and bodies, collecting data, and all that data that I collect I sell to Universal Cartographics, who pay me a whole shed load of money for the data that I collect. And the more data you collect, the more money you get. And I've been out in space now for about 2 years, just slowly pootling along, collecting data as I go. It's been a long job, so I want to get there safely. I don't want to destroy my ship, because if I destroy my ship, I'll lose all that data. I'll lose 2 years worth of exploration, and this is why I want to get this done now, in advance of the DLC next year. So we're going to be making our way across. EC Idaho says, "What is at the black hole?" I've never been. We shall find out. It's not that exciting, but yeah, hey, we'll find out. But more than anything, I just want this. It's a milestone to actually, as an elite player, to get there. It's just something you have to do. And I spent 2 years pootling about. I need to just do concerted effort now. So I've set I'm plotting a route map. It might not let me plot a route map all the way to. You can see there, it's plotting the route. It might not let me plot a route all the way to Sagittarius A star because it might be too far. But what I've basically done is I've told the system to set it via fastest routes, so it can basically it can set a journey that at the maximum is 20,000 light years from one end to the other. Economical if I was in a smaller ship I'd use, but I want to get there as quickly as possible. So it's going to look for the fastest way of getting there. And for stars, I've actually restricted it, the route map and the physical map that you're looking at now, to only include A-type stars, F-type stars, Wolf-Rayet stars, white dwarf stars, and non-sequence stars. Now, the reason I've chosen those is because the things that earn you the most money are Earth-like worlds, ammonia worlds, and terraformable bodies. So any kind of world that's terraformable earns you a good 1 million or 2 credits. Earth-like worlds earn you quite a lot, and ammonia worlds earn you quite a lot of credits as well. So I'm not interested in scanning every single icy body. You're going to let me do a route to the black hole? It might do. I'm not interested in scanning every single icy body out there. That's not my intention. I just want to pick at the best bits. So I've limited my route map to just stars that give me the highest chance of Earth-likes and ammonia-like worlds. It's let me plot a route to Sagittarius A star. We shall see how many jumps that is in a minute. So A-type and F-type give me the best chance. Wolf Rayet stars are a very special and very rare kind of star that are very, very short-lived and massively energetic. And I can't remember much more about them. They're quite cool. There's one near Earth in real life, but they're very, very rare. White dwarf stars are just interesting, and sometimes they do have Earth-likes around them. And non-sequence stars are stars such as neutron stars and black holes. So my best chance of finding, because neutron stars just look fantastic, and they're also quite nice income-wise. So yeah, so I've got that filter on the route, just those stars. Let's see how many jumps that is. Let's go back to the cockpit. It is now it's done the route map. On the map, it's just plotting the route very quickly. Now it does, because I've chosen such a massive long journey. It's going to take a few minutes to actually log the route into the flight computer. So hey, what can you do? But basically we're going from here all the way to here. Now keep in mind, in the last 2 years, I've gone from sort of here somewhere, over down to here, down there, a bit hangy at the minute, down there, and then back up here, and then back up here. So that's where I've got in 2 years. So we've got about a year's worth of travel to do. So yeah, it's a bit laggy in the map there while we're doing this route mapping. See how many jumps. Now we do have to sit here for a few minutes and do this, because it plots the route on the galaxy map and then actually translates that to a series of jumps in the flight computer, so I can see, and I can't set the next destination until I've done that. But we shall leave that for a moment. Only take a second more. I'm going to have a swig of coffee. Now I have prepared today. The setup I've got is an absolute nightmare. It's like wired up like a Christmas tree, because I have in front of me on my computer desk, I have my mouse, next to which, where my keyboard normally goes, is now my T.Flight HOTAS sticks, my hand and throttle on stick setup, my twin stick thing. On my bench, where normally nothing goes, is my keyboard, which has been rewired to sit on top of my bench. Next to that is the microphone. 584 jumps. That's a lot less than I thought. Okay, we can do that in a couple of days, I think. Okay. And then to the left of the keyboard is my iPad with the chat on. I can barely see the iPad because it's so far away, so I'll be counting on the chat on the right-hand side there. Let's have a quick look. We've had some new people come in. EC Idaho is in, and Nim is in. Welcome, Nim. We have... That music was loud. Schmelly Orc says, hey, welcome Schmelly Orc, good name. Well, at the very least, this will be enjoyable to watch while I bake off my Christmas cookies. If he takes time to pootle about, I'll be pootling. Don't you worry about that. Are you exclusively on YouTube only? If yes, how is the people trying to steal content? Do you still experience that as it was like in the past? Says Schmelly Orc. You still do get, well, it does happen. However, I'm not a massive channel, and we do now, as creators, we do have a copyright page in our desktop, in our dashboard, where we can see if basically somebody takes one of our videos and uploads it themselves, I can see straight away, and I can just get it removed. So we have a tool to do that now. Chris says, did you get your free arcs? Not yet. I'm about to now. Yep. Oops. Dear hello, Dog Sounds. Happy holidays. As a reward for logging in today, we've added the following to your account: 200 arcs. A daily reward is available between the 13th and 25th of December. If you do have Elite Dangerous, arcs is the in-game currency. And they're giving you, between now and whenever it said there, they're giving you extra arcs every day just for logging into the game. You have to log into the game and come into your cockpit, and that's it. Dad and Chris are having a chat. Right, so we crack on. So we need to set the next waypoint. Where are we? Where am I doing? There we go. Let's just crack on anyway. Welcome to my cockpit. A quick tour of the cockpit before we get going. We have, obviously you've got my own personal message there in wibbly wobbly letters. We have our communications board up there. which won't really come into play in this game because I'm playing solo. I'm not playing open world with other people. We've got notifications up here, which will be things like information I need about the planets and stuff where I am. We have information here about the shields and the power distribution, which I've got turned off for now because we're exploring. My big radar section, my sort of scanner and thrusters and everything. Over here we have information, this bit at the bottom, information about the planet and the system that I'm in. And if I go down here, let's just come out of that. If I go down here, oh, I've forgotten all the buttons. Where's the button? There it is. I have information about my ship. Shields are off. Hull's 100%. Compass funk. Some details. The Krait Mk is a reimagining of the Krait light speeder, which was originally manufactured by Falcon de Lacy in the 3100s. Although the new ship is larger than the original, it possesses many of the same characteristics, emphasizing speed, maneuverability and firepower over defensive capability. The ship also boasts a fighter bay and space for up to 2 crew members, making it a good option for those seeking a medium-weight, multi-purpose vessel. Yes. Anyway, enough about that. And I've also got a scarab bay if I want to land on a planet. So I've got my ship kitted out for exploration, which means I do have things like shields and weapons and all kinds of things like that, but I've got them turned off just to save power. At the moment, while I'm exploring, all I'm actually running with, which I'm going to do very quickly, let's turn that music down a bit, it's a bit over the top, isn't it? I did have an issue with the music the other day for some reason. It was kind of weird. Set that a bit lower. I can't see the menu options at the bottom. Hang on. I need to turn that off. There we go. I couldn't see the options at the bottom because of the overlay. Right. Where are we up to? That's probably destroyed the music now. Yes, so I've got lots of things in there. As an exploration vessel, it's absolutely important that I have auto field maintenance units. These are things where if I take damage to the hull or any of the modules, I can repair them. So I have 2. 1 is to repair the ship if it gets damaged, and 2 is to repair the other repair unit. You should always have 2. I do have weaponry, but that was really just for when I get back to civilized space if I need to defend myself. But I've not got any cargo, so I probably wouldn't be attacked anyway. But because I'm going to have 2 or 3 years worth of data, exploration data, it's incredibly important that I don't destroy the ship at all at any point, because I'll lose all that data. I've got repair limpets if I need to do some hull repairs. I have, unfortunately, I only have 1 heatsink launcher. I have 1. If I get too close to a star and overheat, I can take damage and be destroyed. So I've got 1 heatsink left, and I can't make any more because I don't have the components to make any more. So yeah, so I'm a bit knackered with that. Right. Where are we? ECIDO says arse. Yes. I can't have it in the middle, unfortunately, because there aren't enough places to put letters in the middle. So it's 1 on either side. Fist bumps for everyone, says Nim. Where up to? Don't put and yes, I will post pictures of my holiday cookies after they're baked, says Nim. Yay. Right, so let's crack on. First thing we need to do is throttle up. Do let me know how the picture and sound is today, if I'm too quiet or too loud, or if the music's too loud or anything like that. Do let me know.
Frameshift drive charging.
We'll go to Super Cruise first.
Frameshift drive charging.
There we go. So yeah, do let me know. I've got it. I'm still trying to figure out the best settings for live streams. So now I don't know what's in this system. So before we go anywhere, is there anything in this system I need to? I don't think there is there? It might just be 1 star. One other thing I do have available to me, which is the reason I've still got my keyboard available, is I do have. Where's my mouse? I do have this, which is the Elite Database. Well, it's EDSM. It's called. It's a third-party website that I can use to quickly see if I go into a system if there are any valuable planets in that system. Now at the moment it's just updating itself, and it'll probably take a good half an hour to get fully updated to current time. It's about 3 days behind. But when it's up to date, it will give me all the information I need to see if a system has got any terraformable planets. So if I go into a system with like 30 or 40 bodies, I could spend 10 minutes counting them all, going through and scanning them all, or I could look at this and quickly see which of the valuable ones that I can go and scan. So we're going to be keeping an eye on this. They do have a map of the galaxy where you can see where I am. It's a way so you can chart your... oh, I need to be clicking on that there, don't I? Hang on. You can see where you are in the galaxy. This thing, this little Father Christmas, it appears every year at Christmas time. And it starts off up here somewhere. Near the thing, I can't remember what it's called, this bit here, and it always works its way down to Earth, and I can't remember what actually happens with it. I don't know what happens with it, but it spends all of December working its way. I don't know if it's an actual person doing actual jumps to get all the way down to Earth. I don't know what happens there. It's obviously a real ship, but I don't know how it works. Anyway, so we need to refresh that. So yes, this is the EDSM star map. It will give me information on the system I'm in once it gets up to date, but it might take a good 20 minutes because it's currently updating from December the 18th. The last time I played this, I hadn't played it in about 4 months, and it took about an hour before it was polling. It basically downloads data from the game, sticks it on here. So you'll see when it gets working later on. But I need to move away from that for the moment. There we go, move to that. You can obviously hear, of course, the awesome keyboard of awesomeness. Turn that off. There we go. Right, so let's go to the next star anyway. Because there's nothing in this system, I don't think, so we'll just move on. Yes, Nim says put pictures of the cookies. Scaly Model says don't post pictures, post cookies, address to follow.
Ready to engage.
Wait, I forgot about that.
4, 3.
Let's go to Froey Freer Zoom. Yeah, so welcome to travelling. This is what was going to be happening now. This is your knife for the next 5.5 hours. The first thing we do in arriving a system, scoop fuel and scan.
Fuel scooping.
That big flumpy sound was me scanning the system for objects, and now I'm just scooping some fuel.
Fuel scooping complete.
Now fuel scooping is where I'm at risk because I'm obviously close to a star to do that, and I overheat, and that's where I can take damage. For a little guided tour of the controls, that big circle in the middle is my sort of scanner. You can see the star behind me. That'll give me a scan or a radar of all the objects in a certain proximity, and obviously other vessels and things like that. The 22% on the left of the scanner is my temperature, or what percentage of temperature I've got before I take damage. 100% is you're taking damage, or rather 80-90% is you're taking damage. So my total temperature is at 19%. The 30 kilometers per second, that's my current speed. At the moment, well, so how's this for acceleration? Right now, you can't stop your ship while you're flat in space. Slowest you can go is 30 kilometers a second. However, now I'm doing 2 times the speed of light, 3 times the speed of light, 4 times the speed of light, 5 times the speed of light. Yeah, C is the speed of light. You can see, and this is just normal pootling about. This is super cruise. And then there's obviously hyperspace, which is travelling between stars. So anyway, let's have a look at this system and see what we've got. So there's 8 systems, I think it said. So we haven't seen anything, can't see anything yet, because we've not scanned anything yet. So let's come out of there, do a bit of a scan. This is where we might have to do some probing. So we have a number of high metal content worlds and ammonia world. A great way to start. Ammonia worlds. Oh no, water world. Yeah. Okay, could be an ammonia world, it could be a water world, could be more than one. Let's find out what we got first off. Let's have a look. Straight off, right off the bat, we have a water world. Okay, that'll do nicely. We'll mark that. There's still something there though. You see on the track at the bottom there, these little blips in the line, this means there's something there. So there's nothing here, there's no signal sources, there's no asteroid clusters. You see on the bottom right where it tells me what it is, This is where you'd see gas giants, so there's none of those. We've just got a water world and some high metal content worlds. Now all of these can be terraformable, and the water worlds can be quite valuable. So let's crack on and see what we can find. Oops. I've got to scan them before I can do anything with them. So this is a real basic level scan. It just gives me the real basic information about them. There's nothing on there of no any interest. We have, let's look. Might be a water world. The water world, I reckon. Yep, so we've got 2 water worlds, that's alright. The rest now are going to be, there's no traces left, so the rest are all going to be these rocky bodies. Let's see what we've got. Nothing there. Now when it comes to these, all I'm looking at the moment, when I scan these things, I'll go through these quite quickly when they're not water worlds or ammonia worlds. All I'm looking at is in the top right hand corner where it says features. If it says biological, they're interesting and they're worth going to have a look at. Geological, not so much. But for these, I'll skip over them. So we've got 6. Got 2 more to go. Now I'm not going to do this for every system. Go nothing on that one. But I'll do it for certain. If a system's got like 40 or 50 bodies, I'm not going to do it for everything. Right, so we've scanned very roughly, very basically scanned all of them. Paul Di Tommaso is in. Hey Paul, how you doing, my friend? Nim says, I don't think mail between us works, Dad. Every time you try posting something, it vanished. Oh, that's true then, Nim. We'll settle for pictures, he says, about pictures of the cookies. Right, so we've done some base level scans, some top level scans of the planets, of the bodies. So we now know on the system map, we can now see them. What we've got, let's have a look and see. Now if you look on the top left, it's got a description and it says you have not yet mapped this planet. Between those 2 paragraphs, if it's terraformable and therefore very valuable, it will say this is a candidate for terraform. You see on the left there? So that means that one is terraformable, that one isn't. They're both water worlds. That one isn't terraformable. And that one isn't. So these 2, apart from the fact they're water worlds, which makes them valuable anyway, they're also terraformable, which means they're worth even more. So I need to go and check both of these out and scan them properly, probe them. So that's Planet 4, D121.4 and D121.5. So let's find out which is the closest and do that one first. So these are all the bodies in the system. D121.4, which is closer than D121.5. So I'll go to 4 first. I'll set that as the destination. And we shall away to that planet. Now you see this little bar on the right hand side of the radar going up and down, the little tiny line, that's my thrust, that's my speed. So this planet is 1,500 light seconds away, which at current speed is about 1 minute. However, I'm increasing speed. I'm currently heading towards 20 times the speed of light. Yep, there we go. I'll probably get to about 35C before I start to decelerate. The game's quite clever. As soon as you start entering the gravitational influence of a planet, it slows you down to make sure you don't just plough into it. So you'll see me hit a maximum speed and then slowly start to drop. Now if I'm just travelling in open space, I can hit hundreds and hundreds of times the speed of light. And what's amazing is the algorithms that built this procedural Milky Way, it's based on reality. So if there is the solar system is in here, and you'd be surprised how long it takes to get to somewhere. Like even if you just set your ship to 1 times the speed of light, if I take my ship to Sol, which I'm not going to do now, if I took my ship to Earth, you have to think logically. If I take my ship to Earth and I want to travel to the Sun, you think, well, in this super duper spaceship it'll take you 5 seconds. No, it'll take me 8 minutes travelling at 1 times the speed of light. And because it's based on reality, the way the algorithm works is it creates the star. If there's a real star, it's in this game, because they took all the astronomical records for every known existing star and reproduced them. So if there is an existing star, it's in this game. The rest it filled procedurally, and what it does is going to do a probe on this planet. We need 6 probes. 1, 2, 3, oops, 4, 5, oops, daisy. I'm not used to using my controller, my HOTAS, on this bench. And it's moving around a bit on the bench, which is a bit annoying. Just try some, there we go. Might make it more stable. Yeah, so it generates...
Scanned by 50%.
It generates the star. And then... Come on, 100%. There we go.
Surface scan complete.
And then it works out what's left and what planets could be made out of that. And it generates them based on real known physics. So... it might generate. You might come into a system where it's like a star with 1 planet, and what blows your mind is when you're travelling around and you come in at the star, and you head towards the planet, and it takes you like 5 minutes travelling at 30 or 40 times the speed of light to get to the planet, and you realise how big star systems can actually be. It blows your mind. So it's not super realistic in terms of if I go into a system where there's 2 stars, a binary star system, and they're really close, they're not sucking material off each other. You don't get that. You don't see supernovas. The black holes don't look like black holes we think black holes look like. But in terms of the makeup of the galaxy, it's realistic based on our current knowledge of stellar mechanics. It's kind of cool. But this is what you're going to have for the next 5.5 hours now. It's just this. Travelling from star to star, drinking coffee. So anyway, how is everyone? I hope you're all well. Hope you're all doing okay. Those of you who are back at work, I hope you're safe and being cared for by your employers. Those of you who are back at work while you're watching this, shh, I won't tell you, boss. Yes, how are you doing? As always, the most important question I can ask you when playing a video game is, of course, Game and Grub. What game are you playing right now? It doesn't have to be a video game, but it would be cool. What game are you playing right now? And what are you having for your dinner? Or what have you had for your dinner? How are you doing, Paul? Now, of course, game. I'm playing Elite Dangerous. Grub for tonight is little chicken sausagey things. Italian spiced chicken sausages with chips. I think I'll just go for chips and gravy and sausage and make it nice and simple, I think. I think I might have to turn the music back up again a little bit. A bit quiet. What's also amazing is all the sound effects I've never heard before because I've not played this with Nim says, hey, I'm off. Take care, Nim. Thanks for popping in. Thank you for coming by. Right, so this is 6 probes. I'm trying to. I tweaked the scanner probe thing so I can use my hat controller, but it's really quite finicky. It's not as delicate as using the actual stick. If it looks like I'm flailing about when I'm doing this, it's because I'm trying to do it with the thumb that makes it move really fast and really far. Just because it's easier than wiggling the stick about, basically, or it should be. And I'm not leaving yet. I'm off from work. Oh, right, I see what you mean. She said I'm off, and everybody said bye. Yes. Nim says, game, nothing at the moment. Grub is going to be a cookie binge. Now, you said you're making cookies. Explain the cookies. Describe them. We need to know all the details. You know how this game and Grub works. Right, so it looks like there are only 2 planets terraformable, but I shall have a quick look. Let's have a quick look and see if EDSM is up to date. No, not yet. It's still stuck on December the 18th. What day is it today? Okay, so it's stuck about 11:36. It's about an hour behind now. I think it might have stuck anyway. Let's just have a quick double check. Give it a refresh. Where are we? There we go. Ah, there we go. It hung for some reason. Right, so we have, this is what EDSM will show you. in a system. I don't know why I'm pointing with my mouse. You can't see my mouse. It will list some blurb at the top, but the green things are the objects in this system that are terraformable and worth a lot of money. So it will highlight Earth-likes, ammonia worlds, and anybody that is terraformable. These are the ones I want to scan and probe because they'll give me the most money. This estimates that one of those water worlds, or both of those water worlds, are worth about 2.5 million credits each. This is a rough estimate. It might be worth a lot more, probably because they have changed the prices over the last few years. So yeah, so there we go. That's the two things in this system scan. There's nothing else out there. Let's move on.
Frameshift drive charging.
Next, give me an F-class star, white star. Assassin's Creed Origins and roast chicken for later, says Wendy. Tell me of all the trimmings with your roast chicken.
3, 2,
I need you to mention all the trimmings you're having with that. Finished up at the office today, 3 weeks off now, says Angus. Yay! 3 weeks before you get the back to school blues. Awesome. So, scoop and honk. D-scanners on.
fuel scooping. System scan complete. Fuel scooping complete.
Now, if it's already scanned the system and it says it's complete, that normally suggests it's just scanned. It's just done 3 stars. Stars, you don't need to probe; they're automatically completely scanned when you enter the system. So, in all likelihood, it's just a trinary system. Let's have a look. Yeah, 3 stars, or rather 2 stars. An F class, a class M star, and I think that's a brown dwarf. I think dwarf stars, class L. There you go. So no black holes, no planets. There's no reason to stay in this system. Let's move on to the next one.
Frameshift drive charging.
Now what you're not seeing, of course, is me doing all my thruster and throttle controls. It looks like I'm just, for you it might look like I'm just pressing a button and speeding up and slowing down, but I'm not. It's a good combination of thrust and vector controls. Like if I'm trying to turn the ship around, I have to drop my speed to about half just because it moves faster. Things like that. It does become instinctive with the HOTAS controller. Honk and scoop. Best sound in the game is the... That's the scanner. I love that sound. There's 7 bodies in this system.
Fuel scooping.
A bit wobbly on the controller today for some reason. That number going up is how much fuel I'm scooping per second. Tons, I think.
Fuel scooping complete.
And the heat, of course, is my temperature. You don't want to get too close to a star. Now, there's 7 things in this system. We'll get away from the sun a bit. And we'll do a proper scan and see what we've got. Now, I don't think EDSM will have actually... That's still on the last system. I will have to check this occasionally because it tends to refresh. As you see up there in the top right, it says it refreshes every couple of minutes. But sometimes it just decides it's going to refresh in half an hour. So I have to F5 refresh it sometimes. So it's a bit of a pain. But it's not caught up yet. So let's have a look at this system. Okay, rocky bodies, metal rich bodies. Yeah, there might be a terraformable in here. We'll have a look. I can't check yet because EDSM hasn't caught up, so we'll have a look and see. Well, I'll just have a quick look for biologicals. Any of these? Lined up, there we go. No features. I don't think there'll be anything here, but you never know. No. Now it might look a little laggy when I'm in here doing this kind of stuff, but that's actually that's the way the game is. When you're in the scanner, when you're in the galaxy map, it can be laggy as hell on console. It can even be laggy as hell on PC, so yeah. But you get used to it.
System scan complete.
Let's have a look. Cookies will consist of chocolate peppermint cookies, chocolate crinkle cookies, glazed almond cookies, and a family favourite cinnamon jumbles with white and milk chocolate crisps. I just like that because it's got the word jumble in it. Cinnamon jumbles. I need you to send me all of those as well. Angus says, my son has commandeered the console, so it'll be World of Tanks in the laptop for me. Currently finishing up a bag of cheese supreme Doritos for noms. There is a Mars bar ice cream in the freezer. Oh, yes. Right, have we got any? Come on, update now. Hurry up. I think it's fallen over again. Where are we? No, it's... Okay, for some reason... What you see here is not what I actually see. It seems to sort of fall over every now and then. Okay, not to worry. Anyway, where's my control? There we go. Right, let's turn that off. So this... I'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. Going... No. This way. Go into the system map. And have a quick look. Not terraformable. No. 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 Nothing terraformable. No, so these little rocky bodies are not really worth much. Especially if they're not terraformable, so we'll just move on.
Frameshift drive charging.
Model making. I can send you the recipe so you and Mama Fox can make them together. No, no, that wouldn't happen. I can't do cooking. I'm too inept. I'm far too inept, and Mama Fox's cooking days are long behind, I'm afraid. Yeah, cinnamon jumble. Then again, actually, yeah, send it. I might never make them, but send me the recipe. Send me the recipe anyway.
Fuel scooping.
You never know. You never know.
Fuel scooping complete.
Let's head away from the star. I always like to sort of boost away from the star a little bit, just for a few seconds, just because if I start scanning the system now, the star will actually obscure, usually tends to obscure like half the bodies in the system, so... EC says, maybe World of Tanks on Xbox, but last update is rubbish, so maybe Mass Effect 3 food. What is for breakfast? Chocolate milk now. Yes. I've actually eaten nothing so far, and I won't eat anything till 6 PM when I go and make the dinner. All I've had is 2 cups of coffee, and I've got a cup of coffee here. There's somebody at the door. I heard the doorbell downstairs. I'm just going to listen to make sure Mama Fox answers the door. Hang on. Let me go and answer the door. Oh, yeah. Hang on a minute. Yes, I thought she hadn't heard the door, but she had. I thought she might have her headphones on, you see, watching TV, and she might not hear the doorbell. But me, I've got ears like an outhouse rat, and I hear all the things. Right, so what we've got here, let's have a look and see. Wendy Hickson says, roast potatoes, carrots, peas, sage and onion stuffing, and gravy to add to roast chicken. Yes. It's an easy recipe, says Nim. Wendy Hickson, I need to put all of that in my face, so thank you. I'm hungry now. Here we've got rocky bodies and high metal content worlds. I'll scan them. I don't think that will be up to date yet. Not yet. I'm just checking the EDSM and it wasn't up to date yet. I was trialling this system yesterday and I didn't have the keyboard available to me, but I realised that that was a really dumb idea to not have the keyboard set up. I had the keyboard on my bench, but I just kind of moved it out of the way and it was upside down. But I needed to be able to go to the EDSM page as quickly as possible, so... Okay, I've got survey credit for that. Now I've got the keyboard in front of me and it's the right way round. I can actually use it to quickly go and check the EDSM page. I'm not going to show you the EDSM page every time because it does seem like sometimes Streamlabs falls over a bit. Streamlabs, my streaming software, falls over a little bit and lags and it's not quite up to date. So quicker just for me to have a quick look at the actual web page, and then if it's interesting I'll let you see it. No, there's no point. God, my stick skills today are rubbish.
System scan complete.
Good look at the system. No, not terraformable, not terraformable, no. I'm just going through one by one. You can see the description on the left. None of them is terra. Oh, these have been discovered by someone. Somebody's been here. Oh, that's a bad sign. That's a bad sign, that, because I'm here. In the middle of nowhere. There's 400 billion stars in this. There's 400 billion stars in this Milky Way simulation. I'm in the middle of goddamn nowhere. I've deliberately plotted a course that goes down a little bit from the main plane of the galaxy. And somebody has been here. Because it says first discovered, but although it doesn't give me the name, which is weird. Don't know why it doesn't give me their name. What I'm because if you scan a planet and do the probe and stuff and get there first, you get more credits. I'm thinking, you know. Let's do another couple. If I start seeing lots of first discovered by names, I'm going to change my route map. Let's crack on.
Frameshift drive charging.
Because before I had the route map just pointed to a random star that I picked, and I've got more chance of going to systems that nobody's been to before. I'll get more credits for things I scan if nobody's been there before. Plus you actually get your name on it.
3, 2.
If you're the first person in the game, because it's a shared world, the Milky Way is a shared world environment. If you're the first person to scan and probe a planet and cache that in at Universal Cartographics, your name is on that forever in the game. It says discovered by you if you're the first. So, and you get lots of extra credit for it. You get almost double the amount of money from Universal Cartographics. So we'll have a look and see. If I start coming across stars that people have discovered. Okay, that's not been discovered. Then I'll change my route, because I say my original route was just pointed at a random star and it was going down into the depths of the Milky Way. By plotting straight to the black hole, to the Sagittarius A star, it may take a more traditional route that other people have taken. It may just have a more predictable route that it gives to other people as well. So we shall see.
4, 3, 2.
We shall see. You know what I really want now? Roast potatoes, carrots, peas, sage and stuffing and gravy, and roast chicken and cookies.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
36 bodies in the system. Give you an idea of scale. The next star in the journey is 29.2 light years away, which it says greater than 1 year travel time. Of course, if you travel at the speed of light, it will take you 29 years to get there. If I'm travelling now, if I try and get I'm travelling now roughly at about the speed. I'm almost 1.5 times the speed of light. Right now, it would take me about 10 years to. I'd have to sit here literally for 10 years in this game. You wouldn't actually get there in real life. Yeah, that's how big distances are. Paul de Tomaso, because I asked him how I was. I'm doing okay. I'm trying to figure out how to get additional funds. I have bills and food that needs taken care of. Just had cereal and coffee, and Fallout 4 is what's currently in the Xbox. Yeah, it's a struggle for so many people right now. But I know you made redundant, weren't you, just recently? I think, weren't you? Were you? I think. Do I remember that right? So, good luck, mate. Big hugs. Good look at this and see if this is going to give us any information on the planets. I'm going to refresh in a second. EDSM. Come on. Tell me if there's anything here. No. It's just updated, but it's only done 5.56% of all the information about this system, so I'll have to see if I might as well go and start scanning stuff, because you never know. System this big, it might have things in it. Oh well.
Frameshift drive charging.
And sent to you, Fox. Enjoy baking. Thank you very much for doing. I don't want that. This. Gas giants. Rocky bodies. Asteroid clusters. Okay, let's have a look and see what we've got. I'll have a quick look, but just long enough to let the EDSM update itself a little bit. The gas giant? Yeah. Goes into mining and stuff. These are going to be asteroid clusters, I bet. Oh no. Body. Rocket body. Rocket body! Yeah, money's tight for everyone right now, so I don't envy anyone anything. Especially with everything going on. I've had quite a few people who've lost jobs over the last few months. Just because businesses have trimmed back or shut down or... Maybe another gas giant by the sound of it. Oh, very pretty, look at that. Lovely blue. Interesting factoid about this game, those sounds you hear when it scans certain planets like gas giants, those are actually real sounds of Jupiter and Neptune, I think, from the Cassini probe and other probes. Actual recordings of the electromagnetic waves put out by things like Jupiter and Uranus and Neptune. Kind of cool. Saturn, places like that. Oops, didn't want to do that. You didn't want to do that. Anything? Anything? No, still nothing. I don't know. Just going to move something. There we go. We're on 17 and 36. I think I'll make an executive decision to just not worry about this system too much. Because the thing is, if I start doing full scans at every single system, if we keep this route, it's 578 jumps, and if I start doing this in every single system, yeah, I'll be there all day. But I do want to quickly check though. Anyone been here before? Oops. Well, not that I can see. Nobody's scanned any of these. But it could just mean there's nothing here. So let's just move on. Now it is a tough decision because sometimes you can decide to do this on a system and skip it just for speed and miss out on like 3 Earth-like worlds. That's not happened before. Found systems that looked not promising and had like 3 Earth-likes.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, so a lot of people are struggling right now. So big hugs to all of you. Anybody who's having difficulties.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
Away from the star. We should do a quick check. Got high metal content wells. By the time I've scanned them and probed them, I can check them. I'll do these because by the time I've manually checked them, EDSM may have just about updated. There's going to be something. Yeah, I knew there'd be something behind the star. Always the way. Always something behind the star if you don't blast away from it for a few seconds. Best thing about this game is I don't need to look at my watch or my iPad to see what time it is, whether I need to finish streaming, because the clock in the top right is actually correct. I love that. Right, so there we go. See things now. Nothing on that one. Yeah, by the time I've done this, for such a small system, this is faster than waiting for EDSM, and I can quickly check them and see if they're exploitable or not. And there. Take on that one. Oops. Okay. One more somewhere. There. One.
System scan complete.
By the time I've done this, I'll look at this. Oops. There we go. Terraforming. 3, 4, 3 and 4. 3 and 4 are terraform, so I'll have them. Thank you very much. Make sure 3 is the nearest. Yeah. Little systems like that. If I have a quick look at. Okay, it's kind of up to date. A little bit. Half up to date. So there we go. It's showing one of them. But for little systems, I can have found out these two faster than the EDSM can. But for big systems with like 10 or 20 up 30 bodies, sometimes it's worth hanging around for a minute just to let EDSM do its thing. The chocolate chips, you can add as many as you want. All. And I just make the cookie out of chocolate chips and just ignore the cookie bit. And you see, I don't know if you noticed there, but you see how my throttle dropped then as I got to 7 seconds away from the body. That's me manually dropping the speed to 3/4. If you don't do that, you overshoot, and you have to do the lap of shame, or the orbit of shame. Anyway, I hope everyone is doing okay with whatever life's throwing at them right now. Do remember, of course, we're going to be here till 6 o'clock, so we've got another 5 hours to go today. And depending on how many jumps we have to do, this may be another couple of days, or tomorrow, or, you know, I don't think we'll get it done today. We'll be another minute. We're on 577 jumps to go to Sagittarius A star, so yeah, we might be here for a while. So do feel free to ask me questions, talk about stuff in chat. If you want to get my attention, I do of course have the chat in front of me on my iPad. I also see the chat on the right hand side of the screen, the same as you do. I've got it here. Unfortunately, it does, unfortunately for me, cover up some stuff on screen, but I can live with it.
Surface scanned by 50%.
And I just broke the chat box. There we go. It'll refresh back in a minute. Yes, if you want to get my attention, please do, you know, talk amongst yourselves in chat. It doesn't really matter what I'm doing in the background here. That was 3, I need 4. Number 4. Yeah, do ask stuff if you want to catch my attention in chat, though. It is harder for me to see the iPad because it's not where it normally is, so please do put your comment in big fat capital letters. If you want to, that just gives me a chance to see it. If you want to, though, you can do a super chat, and you do that by pressing the dollar symbol button underneath the chat box. That puts your comment in a big coloured box and animates the thing on top of the screen that even I can see where I am now, so it does all kinds of good stuff. So do feel free to do a super chat. If you do a super chat, you're also helping out the channel at the same time by supporting it financially a little bit, so it really helps this channel out, keeps it alive. So big thank you if you do a super chat. Okay, this one is 1,954 light seconds away, but because I'm in the gravitational well of that last planet, it's taken me a while to speed up. Downside of being between all these planets. Angus Allett says the most important thing, which is of course probe. Probage. Probulations. Probtaculon. The one thing you don't want your probe to be? Moist. Because that would suck. It's going to be a long 5 hours. Oh yeah. Nom nom. 15 people watching. I'm pretty sure there's not 15 people in chat though, so please do come and join the live chat. The chat just fell over again. Brilliant. Please do come and join the live chat. If you're watching this embedded in Twitter or Facebook or somewhere else, all you need to do is hit the little YouTube icon in the bottom right hand corner of the video player, and that'll take you to YouTube where you can join in the live chat and watch as well. And you should do, because if you sat at home twiddling your thumbs or working at the bench, why not have me on in the background, wittering away? You can ask me questions, talk about things, and it's a safe place to hang out. And besides, this is the next 5 hours now, is flying, scanning, probing, probe. So any conversation you guys can start or fuel amongst yourselves, and for me, is greatly appreciated. Little marbly one, this one. Hello, marbly planet. 6 probes I need. I can do that. I can do this. I can do this. Probes away. Probes launched. Probing now, sir. Probing now.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Probing. Probing all the information that's available.
Surface scan complete.
Thank you, computer voice. For the next system, I'll just double check there's nothing else here. No, just those two. Okay. Except I need to refresh that. Thank you. Right, where are we? Let's to the next system. Oh, hello. I didn't want to press that. Way.
Frameshift drive charging.
Next we have a white star. Chat does seem to have fallen over. Let's refresh it.
4, 3, 2.
Refreshing chat for you, my dear hearts. It should come back when somebody types something. That was a hint. That was a hint, peeps. Scoopage.
System scan complete. Fuel scooping.
Okay, so one body in this system, it's clearly the sun around which I'm orbiting.
Fuel scooping complete.
Therefore, there's no point hanging around this system. Nick Demas, welcome Nick, says some guys in Discord I'm in play this, looks very interesting. Is it like Eve? I never really got the hang of the game. It is a space sim. It's not, however, quite as in-depth and technical spreadsheety as Eve.
Frameshift drive charging.
However, the one thing you're not going to see while I'm playing is the difference between this and Eve is that this game has a complete simulation of the Milky Way galaxy with 400 billion stars in it, every single one of which you can travel to and explore. This bit of the galaxy here, about this big, is called the bubble, and this is the inhabited part of space where there's, you know, all different factions, and there's like commerce missions and trade missions and combat missions and all kinds of things. There's like hundreds of thousands of them, and there are other areas around the Milky Way as well. But one of the big things that this game has that Eve doesn't is just the pure exploration. I'm working my way from the bubble here where Earth is all the way up to Sagittarius A star at the centre of the Milky Way galaxy, and I'm stopping at every single goddamn star on the way. Well, not everyone, but you know, you won't see a lot of stars on this map actually, because all of these, every single one of these stars probably has planets, and I can go to every single one of them if I wanted to. 400 billion. So it's not quite as in depth, as in it's not spreadsheety like EVE Online. It's more that it's more of a it's hard to explain. There's a lot more trade. You can either do things like trading, mining, combat, or like me, I'm just doing pure exploration.
4, 3, 2.
Nick says insane. Oh yeah. It's a game that's kind of, depending on how you do it, it can have
Fuel scooping.
insane levels of detail, or it can be quite simple.
Fuel scooping complete.
You know, if you've never played it before and you start playing, you'll be like, I don't know what the hell. I've got a million different things. Like I've got all these menus here, and I've got all these things, and I've got all these menus over here. I don't know what any of this means, and what am I doing? And there's all different things to do. But once you get the hang of it, it's actually not that bad. Right, what have we got here? 5 or 6 systems, I think. Let's have a look. We've just got some rocky bodies. Well, we'll scan them. It's quicker for me to do this than mess about. Let's see if we can find them. Not quite a way. Where are you, rocky bodies? Let me find you. Ah. It's a binary system, clearly. Oh, hello. There we go. Hello. Or is it a trinary system?
System scan complete.
Oh, really? So it's got 5 bodies, 4 of which are stars, and 1 of which is a rocky body. So it's a quaternary system. Cool. Yeah, we'll move on to the next one.
Frameshift drive charging.
There's also some ship management and stuff as well. You can, you know, there's all kinds of bits and modules you apply to your ship, and you have to upgrade things and stuff. There's upgrade paths and grind.
Drive charging.
Nim says, well, I'm off to the grocery store. Be back in like an hour or so. Then I start baking. We will still be here in an hour. Don't you worry. See you in a bit, Nim.
4, 3, 2.
I mean, what you'll see me doing today, Nick, is like the simplest thing you can do in Elite, which is simply travelling from system to system, scanning and probing the bodies. And then when I eventually get back to civilization, I can cache all that in. All that exploration data. The simplest activity, and can be one of the most profitable.
Fuel scooping.
It's also potentially one of the most boring if you're not into that kind of thing.
Fuel scooping complete.
There are, like I say, if you go back to the inhabited parts of space, and there are several, you know, you can engage in trade, combat, and all kinds of things. If you're doing exploring, it's basically European Truck Simulator, as is the trade side of the game. The Orc Boys is in, says good afternoon Fox, welcome the Orc Boys. It's basically European Truck Simulator in space, when you're doing either merchandising, or, you know, trading or exploration. And a lot of people don't like just doing pure exploration because there's nothing out here. We've left the inhabited part of space, there's literally nothing here. Apart from, you know, the floaty things. Okay, so that's how many bodies? 21. Let's have a quick look at EDSM. Got a couple of minutes till it updates. These are going to be asteroid clusters. Yeah, thank you. Gas giant. Hang on. The difference, though, the thing you can do in this that you can't do in Eve, the two things. One is you can drive around on some planets. You can land on bodies and drive around your little vehicle and do little, collect resources and things. And in an update they're bringing out next spring, that'll be a first-person walking around option as well, where you can walk around bases and stuff and do shooty things. I mean, I looked at EVE Online once and it broke my brain because it was just far too granular. It was real nerd. It was real proper, like, you needed green spreadsheets. Whereas I just wanted to fly around and do stuff. So this was more my cup of tea. It's a little more arcadey than EVE, but that's like saying that, that's like saying that a Bugatti Veyron is a little more arcadey than a Formula 1 car, yeah. Trust me, there's still an insane amount of stuff you need to learn. And this is more based on reality as well. They actually have proper astrophysicists and cosmologists on their staff. The one thing I would say about this game, though, if you're considering getting it, anyone, it is kind of not really controller friendly. If you're on a console, you can play it with a controller. I strongly don't recommend it, and I'll show you why in a second. You can play it with mouse and keyboard, of course, on the PC. But the kind of the best way to play this is to use a HOTAS stick. Hand on throttle. That's where you've got like a thruster thing on one hand and a joystick on the other. That's giant. Yeah. You can do it, but that's the best way, because I started playing this with an all Xbox controller and trying to fly it. There aren't enough buttons on the controller. You have to use you have to set up buttons and then have a secondary set of buttons on the set. You have to press a button to do secondary control. It's just a nightmare. Whereas flying with a HOTAS stick, it's just absolute doggle. Dead instinctive. Right, are we up to date on thingy yet? No. I don't think there's going to be anything here. But Elite Dangerous Star Map is not halfway there, and it's not showing me anything yet. And I've got 3 minutes to go. Tempted to jump ship. What say you, chap? Shall we jump ship and go to the next system, or shall I carry on scanning and to see what comes out? I've only got this one to do anyway. Screw it. Let's just do it.
System scan complete.
I bet there's nothing here. There might be. Let's find out. No, gas giants. They're all moons around gas giants. You very rarely find terraformable bodies around gas giants, to be perfectly honest. This is the difficulty, you see. If I'd seen this, I would have known straight away there's nothing here of any value. But of course you can't see that. I just scanned gas giants, so it's like Demas. Oh boy says, are you refuel? Oh, Nick says, are you refueling from solar energy? I couldn't even figure out how to get my ship in Eve. The first thing that happens in this game is that you're given a ship. Well, at the moment, until the new stuff comes in, where when they do the new DLC where you can walk around, you technically don't even need a ship, but I have to. Yeah, but the game starts with you being gifted a ship by the Pilots Federation. The fuel is I'm scooping. I don't really know what the fuel is for the ships, but I've got a fuel scoop equipped. The first thing you learn in this game is you buy a fuel scoop, because you can basically harvest, I assume it's like hydrogen and other elements from the coronas of suns, and that's your fuel basically. If you look on the bottom right hand corner down there, underneath the chat window, it says fuel 1.25 per hour. There's a thin bar and a thick bar. The thick bar is how much fuel I have. I wonder if I can show you. I can't actually show you because I can't show you how my ship is set. Oh, yes, I can. Let's have a look. Fuel, where's fuel? Fuel scoop. Fuel tank. Do I show a fuel tank? Fuel scoop. Power draw. Yeah, this one's got some. It's got some management because you've got things like everything has a certain weight and everything draws a certain amount of power, and you've got to manage how much power your power plant can give out, and you can upgrade everything. You've got to manage how many modules are on at the same time and how much power they're drawing. Because if you've got like 100 power units, but all your modules are drawing 110 power units, then some of those modules aren't going to work. So you've maxed it out. You've also got weight. If I've got a really heavy ship, it can't do a light speed jump as far as a lighter ship. You've got to manage how many things you've got in your ship. So if you're doing exploration, you want to make sure your ship is as light as possible. I could have dumped all my weapons and everything else for maximum jump range, and what I might do, once I get to Sagittarius A star and I cache in all my astronomical data, I might store some of my weapons and things that I don't need, that I add in weight, and then the return journey wherever I go to, I'll be able to jump further then, because I've got like weapons and shields and everything that I don't really need at the moment. So, but I took them anyway. I can't really see my fuel capacity. My jump range is currently 35.5 light years, but I could do 37.5 light years if I took a load of my modules out. But no information, I can't really see. Anyway, yes, you can. There's very light management. There's not lots of management. I've currently got 478 million credits. Where can I see materials, data, synthesis? Oh, you can make ship fuel. No. Oh well. System. Yeah, so there is some management to do, but it's not quite as bad. It's once you've got the hang of how to fly the ship, which the tutorials now are actually quite good at that. They give you the basics.
4, 3, 2.
Tomcat says, "Good morning, everyone. Welcome, Tomcat." But Boy says, "Hotus is a game changer. Elite Dangerous have been giving drops in Twitch. Managed to grab 3 festive skins." I don't watch Twitch, so yeah. If you're playing on console, you really want to get a Hotus stick.
Fuel scooping.
If you're playing on PC, you still want to get a Hotus stick. It really does make a massive difference.
Fuel scooping complete.
And if you're on Xbox, you've got one single choice, and that is the Thrustmaster T.Flight Hotus 1, I think it's called. It's the only one that works with Xbox. I don't know about PlayStation. And it's basically you've got the if I hang on, if I do that, oh, where is it? If I do that, you see how down here I've got that and I've got that. That's what I've actually got. I've actually got the thrust thing with 1,000,000 buttons on it, and I've got the stick with 1,000,000 buttons on it. So it's got the trigger and the hat button. It doesn't actually animate the hat button, but I've got that. You can actually also buy pedal sets as well if you wanted pedals for yaw. I can do yaw like that, you see. So, but yeah, it's cool. Flying it like this is so much better because I've got 2 buttons on the front of my. I'll just come back up here. Hang on. Where are we going? Damn, I've just had a brain fart. Oh, didn't actually want to jump out of them. Never mind. Yeah, if you're on a controller, I can pull my stick back to do that, or forward to do that. I can go left to roll, or right to roll, or I can twist it round to yaw like that. And I've also got 2 buttons, so I can go sideways left and sideways right. You can't do the sideways left and right or the yaw without pressing a whole load of extra buttons on a controller. And it's a nightmare. Trying to land in a space station when you can't skew left or right is hell. Right, so anyway, look at the system, what we're in. Oh yeah, we'll be waiting for. I think we'll be waiting for EDSM for this one. Is there a model of stick you'd recommend? I only know the one I've got for Xbox, which is the T.Flight. I think it's called the T.1 or the T.Flight 1 by Thrustmaster. Just look up Xbox Thrustmaster HOTAS, HOTAS. If anybody's got I don't know where you are. I've got an Amazon store in the US, the UK, Canada. I think I have one listed in one of my Amazon stores. There's links in the description below the video. I think I have the Thrustmaster T1 or Flight, whatever it's called, in my Amazon store wherever you are. I think it's in the other section. Have a look around. It'll be in there somewhere. If you're on PC, or you can go. There's loads of them. Going from dirt cheap to like hundreds of pounds. That's what you want. Right. It's going to update very shortly. No. Look at this. Look at this. 4%. 4% updated. I'm going to be here all day. So let us have a quick look at the... what's this? Gas giant. Gas giant. Gas giant. Just no. I think we'll skip this one. I'm going to be here all day. If I wait for yeah, we'll jump this one.
Frameshift drive charging.
I will be there all day if I wait for that. I don't know if one of my lovely mods, if Chris or Dad are still watching, if they're able to post a link to the T.Flight 1 in my Amazon store. Again, I don't know if you're in UK, US though, or Canada. But I have to quickly say though, just because I have to say this, as an associate, as an Amazon associate, I do qualify for... No, I'll start that again. As an Amazon associate, I do... Hang on, I've got it written down. Let me just have a... As an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases, that's it. I can't remember the words. There's a certain thing we have to say. I can't remember what it was. Right, how many bodies? 6. Okay, let's have a good look. Up here. So we can see what we've got in this system. Yeah, gas giants. A rocky, but I'll be able to scan this quickly, so I mean, there's a certain amount of like FOMO, fear of missing out, when I go past a system with 1 billion bodies in it, and I know there might be an Earth-like, oh well, there might be a terraformable in there somewhere. But hey, and it might be something that nobody's scanned before, so I'll get my name on it. But at the end of the day, 400 billion star systems. I'm not, over the life of this game, I think I'm going to be quite set for credits. Water-based life on that gas giant. Cool.
System scan complete.
Nothing there, I don't think, worth probing. No, there's one rocky body and that's there. There we go.
Frameshift drive charging.
Frameshifter drive. Is there a model or stick? Oh, dude, I'm into mini painting and Gunpla too. Very nice, says Nick. Cool. Yeah. This is the model making guru channel. The video game stuff is just a bit of a sideline for me. I didn't plan on doing video game stuff on this channel, but I suddenly realised that if I'm spending time playing a game anyway, I may as well stream it, hang out with you guys while I'm having fun. I'm only doing these 2 streams as marathon streams just purely because I've got, you know, hundreds and hundreds of jumps to do, and I've been trying to get to Sagittarius A star for like 2.5 years on and off, but I only ever dip into the game every now and then, so not really helped me out much. Right, 7 bodies. I can get through these quickly. Let's find them. That. These will be asteroid clusters, which are worth nothing, quite literally nothing. Oh, there's something on that. Oh, geological. I don't really care. Although I might as well go and have a look, because I can show you, if you've not seen this before, I can show you
System scan complete.
landing on a planet and checking chisel out, can't I? Let's have a look. Just for the fun of it. Except they're all hundreds of thousands of light seconds away, I bet. No. Nothing terraformable. But this is the one with geological on it. Let's see how far away it is. Yeah, we can do that. I need to pick up some resources anyway. So if we're going to land, I need to... I can't afford to destroy my ship. If I break my ship and blow it up, I lose 2.5 years worth of astronomical data that I've collected. So, before we do, let me just quickly check what the gravity is here. The gravity is... Gravity 0.5 G. Yeah, we can do that. If it was like 6 G, I wouldn't land on it. Shields on. Now, for the most satisfying animation in any video game ever. Watch this little shield animation here down at the bottom right. Oops. Let me just put power into shields. I just love watching that. It's great. It's so satisfying. I don't know why.
Shields online.
Yeah. Now they're not fully online. They're only at 53%. They'll slowly work their way up. But what I've done is I've put, if you can see those 3 pips over there, where it says shield, Sys, and Eng, where it says Sys, Eng, and Wep, I can vary power between weapons, engines, and everything else basically. I put points into shields just so it helps them recharge a bit faster. So shields, shield boosters, autofill. I'll turn that on just in case. I didn't want to do that. Don't need those on. I've not landed for a while. I've forgotten what I need to do. Planetary vehicle hangar. I need to turn that on. So you see how I've got all these things turned off because they're just wasting energy basically. I don't think it really makes a difference, to be honest, but I just by default like to keep them turned off for the reasons. I think. So I need to turn on the power distributor so I can. Oh, well, I need to turn on the shields because when I land, I don't want to smash into the planet and explode. I need to turn on the power distributor so that I can put power into shields to make them recharge faster. Now they're at 100%. That's all I really need is shields, basically. Just to land. Protect my ship. But I should be. I'm good at landing. Did Fox mention how long he intended to stream? The description says marathon. I don't know if he's telling 3 hours or 24. I started at 12. I'm going to go till 6 PM, which is another 4.5 hours. There's Dan. Yeah, doing pretty well. This is my long weekend off, so there's a lovely thing, says Dan. Yes. I threatened to fire this up again tonight. Midnight. Might have to now. Mainly doing cargo hauls at the moment, says the old boys. William Rayborn's in. Hi, William. I missed chat there a bit. Sorry. Good morning. Time for coffee. Yeah. It's working on the MG. I'll say that again. Working on the Master Grade EX Unicorn. Currently is Nick Demas. Cool. I've built 2 unicorns. The mega size, and also the Master Grade full armor unicorn, but I never finished that because I lost the will to live and I had to I ended up giving it away. Right, so now I'm not really bothered about geological formations, but I thought it'd be just nice just to show you landing on a planet and checking them out. I am interested if a planet has biological formations because they can warrant me a lot more money. But I'll need to probe the planet first just to see where the geological formations are. Drop throttle down to 3 2/3, 75%. Or don't overshoot. Constantly all the time adjusting my throttle and trim. The one thing you do need to do in this game, if you are using a HOTAS stick, especially on the Xbox with the T.Flight, you need to go into the controls and set your dead zones. If you remind me in a minute, I'll show you the controls for this game, the control list. Why a controller is not the best idea. Before I do that, I know what I do need to do. Music's actually too quiet now. Turn the music up a little bit. Do 1. There we go. Can't see the thing again, can I? Okay. Don't know. Let me show you the controls really quickly. Okay, so all of those. All of those. All of those. You don't have to set them all, but just so you know, the one thing you need to do is dead zones. If anybody's struggling, by the way, the dead zones, whenever you see something with a plus next to it like that, you can expand it. So whenever you get pitch, roll and yaw and they have a plus next to it, click on that. I do the Y button on my controller and it gives you the dead zone. I have my dead zone set about there because the T.HOTAS flight is a nightmare. It gets very loose and wobbly really quickly. So yeah. So you've got flight controls, you've got flight throttle, you get the idea. You can see, yeah, you can set a lot of buttons. Head look, galaxy map, driving, targeting, switches, console, there's lots of things. Turn that off again so I can make sure I don't apply anything by accident. There we go. Right. Back to the game. We're going to land on this little fellow here. We're going to probe his little ass first. That didn't come out right, did it? This little spud needs a good probing first. He doesn't look very round. He looks a bit lumpy. Little bit lumpy. William Rayborn says, probe. You may start when ready. 9,000 mince pies is in. Hey, buddy. He says, moist. That's what he said. Let's give it a darn good probing. It needs 2 probes, bless it. It's tiny. It's a little spud in space. 1 probe. And another probe. Should be enough, I think. Probe.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Yay. Mince pie says tubes. Also, worms. Now, if you look at this, it does have some geologicals. This is a list of all the planets and bodies in the system, and these weren't here until I probed it. It won't show these like biological or geological signals until I probe it. So let's go and check some. So if I click on this one, right there below me, which means it probably isn't, because that's far too coincidental. Let's go and find out. Now, these are a bit hit and miss as to where exactly these signals are. Let's change our view. There we go. If I go to combat mode, it gives me a better idea of where the signal actually is. I need to go into that 1.5 million miles, or megamiles, from the surface. It's quite small, so I'm going in quite fast. Shields are up. All power to systems and shields.
Orbital flight engaged.
God, this thing is tiny. Make sure I'm not in the red zone, so I'm not coming in too. If you come in too sharp, you blow your trousers and you can do damage. This thing is tiny. I never landed on something so teeny tiny. It is a potato. It's a space potato. Landing on a potato in the space. Now these little geological things, I've probably found them before. They're probably not new to me. Glide engaged. Can't believe I'm gliding 110 kilometers from the surface already. I'll just let you listen to the glide sound. It's great. Yeah, I love the glide sound. Landing gear deployed.
Landing gear deployed.
Having a few sound bugs on this, I've noticed. Unusual. A few bits where the sound doesn't quite kick in. But the thing I love about the glide sound is the little sort of rattles and clanks that you hear. Now, a few people have complained that since the latest update to this game, when they introduced fleet carriers, the graphics for planetary surfaces have been absolute arse. And I've got to tell you, this looks pretty bad. And it's sadly something they haven't fixed yet. Okay. Got low G, 0.5. Coming in 2.3 kilometers. I can see plumes. There's something on the surface doing plumey things. Some control issues with my controller here. Okay. Slowly bring it in. 1 kilometer. Level up. Try and find somewhere nice to land. Lateral thrust. Drop it down. I'll go slowly. I don't want to ding anything. Nicely suitable to land. Ah, there we go. This one. Back a bit. Go. Attitude controls. Kicked in. There we go. "47 meters. 30. 20. 10. Butter. There we go. We are landitated. Right, let's find the right button for a start. That one. Let's go do a bit of driving.
Drive assist.
Space car! Space car! Space car, space car, space car.
Low gravity warning.
The eagle has landed. I'm not an eagle really, more of a booby. Right, so I shall dismiss the ship. I shall dismiss the ship when I'm not. Just to give you an idea how big my ship is. I'm in my space car. That's my ship. Hello, spaceship. Look at my beautiful, beautiful ship. Look at her, the Cumberton's Funk. Best ship in the world. I wonder. I forgot my controls now. What's my thrust?
Handbrake is on.
Yeah, sorry. Damn, I forgot my controls. I want to... There it is. I want to see if I can do something really dumb, and I probably can't. Ah! I wanted to jump on top of my ship, but I can't use my thrust. Anyway, enough nonsense. I've forgotten all the controls for dismiss my ship. There we go. Bye ship, see you in a bit. Bye. Bye. When you come back, big pie. The reason I dismiss my ship is because it shows up on my scanner as like massive loads of metals, and that's probably what I don't want. Let's go and scan some of these things, see what they are. Power to shields, just for safety. You see that little swooshy thing above my circle? That's my scanner. And it tells me there are things to look at. Crystalline fragments.
Cargo scoop deployed.
Let's scoop some cargo. Quite tricky driving in 0G, you know. I need to scan something first. Hang on, my controller's disappearing off the screen here. There we go. Right, what was my scanning thing? Oh, I know what I do need to do. Before I do anything else, I need to... targeting... what I want. I realised that a lot of the things I'd actually set, like the dead zones, I hadn't set for things like this, the driving turret. So, turret, I want to... dead. I was struggling to control it then because I hadn't set a dead zone. The T.Flight HOTUS is like really sensitive sometimes, and you need to set quite a big dead zone to make sure it doesn't start waving around everywhere. No, don't need that. should be cool. X apply changes. I need to take this off so I can see. Now I could say press X to apply changes, but I can't remember which button X is on my Photos because I forget sometimes. Right, there we go. That's better. A lot less wiggly now. Right, so crystalline fragments. I can scan. I can shoot them or scan them. I don't remember which is which. I could just get closer, of course. Easier. I don't know what it is I'm supposed to be scanning. But let's just... where are we? Let's change. Oh god, I've forgotten all the buttons. They're not the same as the ship. Right, now we're in shooting mode. No, I'm not in shooting mode. Points into weapons. Oh god. Really have forgotten all the... you can tell it's been a while. No, I do this every time I play this. After a few months I forget how to do shooting of the weapons. Switch cockpit mode. But I'm in what? I don't understand. I'm in combat mode. I'm completely confused now. Why can I not shoot things? What? That's the button I'm pressing, but it's not making a difference. This one. Okay, I'm confused now. I can't do the shooting and the firing. Hang on. Something's gone amiss somewhere. Your axis. Pitch up. Drive throttle. Quite embarrassing. Bit confused. By a bit confused, I mean completely damn confused. See the way the wheels are wobbling there. It's because of the dead zone set. Dual repeater is there. Hang on a minute. Oh, there we go. Fire groups in it. Eee, hedgehog. Let's go catch the hedgehog. Space hedgehog. Come on, hurry up. Oh. Kaplunk. Oh. Oh. No. God damn it, what the hell am I doing? Oh god. It's so long since I've actually driven around, I've forgotten every single goddamn button there is. Right, scoop that sucker up. Turns out I don't need it, whatever it is. Oh no. It's manganese, and I don't need manganese. Okay, fantastic. Right, let's do some scanning. If I was clever, I'd actually set the buttons as the same as in the ship, but it's for some reason it's not actually not that simple. Right, let's scan one of these, which is why we came here in the first place. Fox. Honestly, it's just spoon. Got locked on. Oh. Scanning now, sir. Biological. Oh, hello. Sulfur dioxide gas vent. Okay. Now that's going to be the same all over. So that's. Oh, hello. That's not right. Which way am I going forward now? There we go. You have to control the turret independently of the actual. Yawing left and right turns my vehicle when I'm in turret mode. If I yaw left and right, that turns my vehicle. But if I angle the stick left and right, that actually moves my turret. It's very confusing. Takes a while to get the hang of. If you do it this way. I think these are all going to be the same now. You tend to have one type of geological formation, so we'll just go and do a bit of... we'll do a bit of this. Mode. Mode. There we go. Hello, Mama Fox. Also, never let it be said, of course, that you don't get thrusters on your vehicle, but I'll show you that in a second. Right, I do apologise that this has made me look completely inept. It's just that I haven't driven on a planet's surface for probably about 8 months. Also, aiming isn't great sometimes. There we go. I shot something. I didn't want that though. Don't know the buttons, don't know the buttons. Crystalline, I'll give another crystalline fragments a go. It's out of here somewhere. There we go. Yeah, you do get thrusters on this car as well. So, if I... past that thing. I can fly a little bit. And then fall over. Yay. What these crystalline fragments give us. Turtle Neil subscribed. Welcome, Turtle Neil. Thank you for your subscribage. Yay! Floaty thing. Quick, follow it. Follow the shadow. There's the shadow. Where is it? Where is it? Is it? Come on. Whoop. Come on. Vanished. There. Got it. Got it. Mine. Oh yes, I needed arsenic. That's actually quite good. You do collect resources in the game for various things, especially for manufacturing stuff. And there's various ways you can get them. You know, you can mine them from asteroids. You can actually blow up asteroids to mine them. You can do all kinds of things. But I don't... Oh, hang on. That's my graphic. That's my Elgato card being a weird person for a second. One moment. There we go. It'll do it again in about 2 seconds. I think I've driven past where I need to be. Yeah, so there's various ways you can mine. You can buy resources, you can, you know, traders, you can mine them from asteroids and things like that. Or you can do like me, you can just collect them on the surface of bodies. Where the hell is this dam? It's like right underneath where I am. It is. There we are. Oh, cracky Riley. I'm too close, I can't shoot it. There we go. Hello, little creature. Little space creature. It's not really a creature. Space hedgehog. Germanium. I need germanium. We'll have some of that. Oh, with the buttons already. Right. Seriously. Right. I've lost it now. Where's it gone? It's behind me. I think there's some weirdness happening here in this game. And I don't mean my weirdness. Go. Like my thrust button suddenly doesn't work again. It's badunk. Find something. We'll do one more. I forgot my thrust control again. There we go. Just seemed to randomly not be working for a moment there. Turn round. I don't like driving on this one. It's too lumpy bumpy. I'm not normally this inept at the old driving. Carbon, I don't need. Okay, cool. Anyway, there you go. Do I need to refuel? Yeah, I need to refuel a bit. Wrong button. God damn it, folks. God damn it. Okay, seriously. There we go. Yeah, this little wibbly wobbliness here is I think what I need to do as well. Let me just do it now. Right, because of the dead zone. Let me quickly check. Driving. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. I don't want to have it too big, really, but the reason the wheels were wibbly wobbly like that was because it wasn't set. I had no dead zone set, and it's purely because there's so many controls in this game that I hadn't even, bizarrely, been playing it for so long, I'd never even thought until like the other day that this was even something I needed to go and do. How long will it take to drive to Sagittarius A, says Chris. Forever. At this site, sometime early tomorrow. Right, there we go. So, that should mean now, if you look at the wheels, they're not doing that jerky stuff. Fuel tank. Let's refuel.
Fuel replenished.
And I can only refuel because I've already got sulfur and phosphorus. There's resources that I've collected. Hello. Thank you. No, no. One more dead zone to set. I don't know. This makes me look inept. Really? Said Chris. Yeah. Drive throttle. There we go. Oh, you can't do a dead zone, can you? Yes, you can. You shouldn't really need a dead zone on my throttle because it's not normally that annoying, but... Forward only throttle reverse. What does that even mean? What? Forward only... That's weird. I don't know. I don't know what that means. Right, so that should now be, hopefully, turn that off so I can see the options. Should now be, hopefully, dear Lord, it's only 2:05. We've got 4 hours to go yet. That would also explain why I was having such a bally of a time driving it. I just said bally of a time, didn't I? Like it was 1956. Right, anyways, let's get the ship back. Recall ship.
Ship recalled.
Ship recalled. I got a little bit of resources. Didn't do too bad. Where's that coming from now? Then it's coming from up over there somewhere, isn't it? Spaceship, spaceship! Where is it? Right above me. Somewhere. I have actually had my own ship land on top of me once, and it killed me. And I was not amused. Only once, only ever once. Oh, fudge. I will admit I'm also struggling a little bit because my POTUS, normally I play with them on a little table and they're stuck down. They're not actually stuck down at the minute, so they are moving around a little bit, which is a bit of a pain in the butt. Often, if you're playing this game, if you're landing in a civilized area, like where there are settlements and stuff, driving around can be a lot more involved. There can be more stuff to do. There is combat you can do while you're in your SRV and other missions. Some missions, there's things you can pick up. You can find wreckaged, crashed ships and bits of wreckage that you can scan, all kinds of things. This is a little barren little rock, so there's not much going on here. Hey, hey, hey. Pebcac error, yes. Next time we land on a planet, it won't be as crap as this. I'll be better at. If I was clever, I would remap all the controls to match the ship, but I'm not that clever. There's some reason that I didn't do that, and I can't remember what it was. There you go, get the ship lined up. I love the way the wheels fold up. See, the idea is that in your ship, it's actually in the cargo hold all folded up. But you can't walk around your ship, unfortunately, so let's never find out. Let's blow this ice cube. Oh, listen to the startup sound as well, it's great. Ready? Love it, love it. Forward thrust, start moving forward and thrust up. So we've got forward thrust and lateral thrust. Lateral thrust? No. The ventral thrust when you're going up and down. Get myself to about a kilometre, angle up. Didn't want to do that. Angle up. Get ourselves out of here.
Cannot comply.
I'm still locked.
Landing gear retracted.
Landing gear retracted, you say? Excellent, let's get out of here.
Frameshift drive charging.
In fact, I won't do that.
Frameshift drive charging.
I'll show you how you get out of a planet first. Get yourself to about 90 degrees.
3, 2, 1, engage.
And away you go. 2 kilometres, 3 kilometres, 4 kilometres, 5 kilometres, 6. It's quite funny if you're flying around a system. It can take you a little while to get off a planet and flying back out in space again, because you've got the gravitational pull of the body you've just left slowing your acceleration. But what we can do now is just go straight for that. We've not come far.
Frameshift drive charging.
See, we're only there. We've not come far.
Frameshift drive charging.
Next system. Chat fell over. Nim Cinderin came back and broke the chat. Welcome back, Nim. I want models of these vehicles. I know! I would sell my spleen for a good model of some of the ships in this game, but there was one company that did little 3D printed ones of them once, and they were tiny and crap. But yeah.
Fuel scooping.
Hang on, hang on. There we go.
Fuel scooping complete.
I was in shooting mode. I do have weapons on this ship. I don't need them because I'm exploring. But I do have weapons. What have I got? Let's just slow myself down so I can come out of super cruise.
Frameshift drive charging.
You can't deploy weapons in super cruise, so I have. You didn't really see them because I've got big ass laser weapons. I can put them away again. How cool is that? Deploy my shooty bits. So we've got seeker missiles that I'm not going to fire because they're all deactivated right now. But I've got some beam lasers. And I've got a missile rack. And some other bits and bobs. Anyway, we'll swap back to proper mode. We'll put the weapons away. Yeah. I've got other various weapons as well.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Engage. Nim says, now to make a complete mess of the kitchen as I bake my Christmas cookies. Bake your Christmas cookies, do it. Let's see what things we've got in this system. 7. Look and see. Doesn't seem to be anything of any great worth, but we'll have a quick scan around and have a look. They're just 2 stars, there's nothing around those. Oh, we've done this one already because we're in the same system. Oh, no, we haven't. No, we haven't. Ignore me, I'm talking rubbish. As usual. Yes, everything's around these 2 stars. Yellow orange star, dwarf star, then other stuff. There we go. Oh, there's a great big star there, you fool. Big star there you hadn't noticed. Idiot. Oh, that's a hot looking world, that is. What does EDSM show me? EDSM is showing me nothing. Nothing. Okay, that's rubbish. EDSM showing there's nothing here, so we'll bugger off.
Frameshift drive charging.
Roger, flying now. Before we do that, I'm going to get myself my patented method of stopping my HOTUS flight stick whizzing around everywhere. It's called a big chunk of blue tack right underneath it that sticks it down to table. There you go. One of them's got a mouse mat underneath so it kind of stays in place. The other one isn't, so my throttle stick is now locked in place. There we go. Much better. Much better. That's Tetley. That's better. Oh, back in space. That's crisp, yes.
4, 3,
2, 1. Now, I've not really got anything to talk about in terms of goings on this week, because as with the last few weeks, despite whatever plans I may have had in place to do things, none of it happened. So again, sadly, because of real life stuff, domestic stuff and other things and bits and bobs, it's been a bit of a workbench write-off this week.
Shields offline.
Turn all this back off again. Now, you got to be careful here. If you accidentally turn off your frame shift drive while you're doing all this, or your power plant, you fall out of super cruise and you just do massive damage to your ship. So you've got to be really careful when you're turning things off. The other reason I like to turn modules off as well is because power consumption is not really a problem. Like if I turn on more things, I use up more power. That's not really the problem. The problem is temperature. You've always got to be keeping an eye on your temperature. And the more things I have turned on, the higher my general background ship temperature. Now, if my temperature is really high by default and I go close to a star to refuel, it's going to put my temperature up even more. So I need my temperature to be as low as possible. I'm kind of close to a star here, so I'm stuck at 51, but if I go into just general outside space, get away from that star, my temperature by default gets down to about 20 something degrees. There you go. Now I'm away from the star, my default temperature is about 24 degrees. See, they're 24%, not actually degrees, it's 24% of 100% hull damage. If I turn on lots of other modules, I think it might increase my temperature. I can't remember actually, I'll do a quick experiment. Oh, I've got a big Gatling gun as well, I forgot that bit. See how my power usage is going up now? If I go back, my temperature's gone up. It's only about 6 or 7 degrees, but it does go up. And that 6 or 7 degrees, when you're skirting around a sun to refuel, can be the difference between refueling with no problems or suddenly overheating and damaging all the modules on your ship and having to do loads of repairs and waste resources. So it does make a difference having things deactivated, which is why I'll do all this. I don't need the cargo hatch, not at the minute. I don't need the power distributor. I do need sensors. Can't turn the cockpit, the cargo rack off, unfortunately. And none of these use anything. These are all silly little things. There we go. Yeah, so it is worth running with minimal things activated. What's this system like? Let's have a look. 1 minute to find out. Well, there's only 7, so we'll go and scan them all. Unless this is the same system I was in and haven't paid attention to what I was doing. Don't know. We'll find out. Yeah, so not been able to do anything this week again. This week's been a non-event in terms of getting anything done, so I haven't touched the Lehman Russ Tabletop Trauma Centre. I can only apologise, it's just obviously real life takes over sometimes. Especially with this time of year. I'm kind of stuck doing a lot of normal real life household stuff and other things going on as well, so it's not brilliant. So yeah, not had a lot of time. As much as I would love to have cracked on with it.
System scan complete.
Now I could of course done some more workbench stuff today. I could have cracked on with them today, but I know you guys like your video game streams, and I wanted to get this part of this game. I've been trying to do this for like 2 years. Never got anywhere. Right, there's nothing of any value in this system, so let's just blow this ice cube.
Frameshift drive charging.
So because I've got nothing to update you guys with, and I'm running out of things to talk about, tell me what you've been up to this week. You know, you've been working, you've been being creative. If you've not been at work, what have you been doing? What's your week involved? About anything. And don't forget, of course, you can ask me any question. Always treat my chat as an Ask Me Anything. You don't have to talk about model making or video games. You can talk about whatever the hell you want. As long as it's not religion and politics, and it gives me something to talk about, then it's all gravy. Yeah, see how my temperature's gone up to 59 because I'm close to the sun. If I move away from the sun, my temperature's gone up to 61 there. the temperature now goes down. So if I've got all my modules and stuff equipped, my temperature's higher, that can be the difference between scooping fuel and blowing up. So it's never worth having everything, especially with exploration, where you cannot afford to have your ship destroyed. Like I said before, if I destroy the ship, if I break this ship, then 2.5 years worth of astronomical data is gone. And I can never get it back. I can't cash it in. And that's all those stars and planets that won't have my name on them for future generations, which is unacceptable. And it's also really, really annoying. Left, just here, isn't it? There's nothing there. Okay. Yeah.
System scan complete.
Quicker for me to do this. No, 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 nothing there. Next system.
Frameshift drive charging.
Doodle-doo. Nim says, well, I'm baking cookies right now. Tomorrow is the Gumpler Junkyard Holiday Build Jubilee. Shameless self-promotion over. Shameless self-promotion's fine, I don't mind.
4, 3, 2.
William Rayborn says, been sick with a cold, feeling better today though. Time to go make food, be right back. Make all the foods. Nothing worse than colds and flus and things.
Fuel scooping.
29 bodies or something.
Fuel scooping complete.
Now I might wonder why I do that weird little loop-de-loop when I get to the system and start to do my fueling, my fuel scooping, and it's purely because that's the easiest orientation for me to fuel scoop without getting too close to the star, having the star on my left hand. I don't know why, it just is. I just find it the easiest one to do. Another air system, potentially with something, but probably not. We'll start scanning. Let's have a quick look at EDSM. It's about to update. Yeah, nothing yet. We'll sack this one. There's no gas giants. We'll screw that one. We'll go on to the next one. Yeah, I just find it easier to do fuel scooping where there's a star up to my left. I've tried it with the star above me.
Frameshift drive charging.
And I've tried doing it with the star below me where you normally come into the system, but I just can't do it. It doesn't work for me at all. How many jumps have we got left? 567. Yay.
4, 3, 2.
Sean Wiles is in. Welcome, Sean. He says, afternoon, Commander. How's your hole? A long way away still. Yeah, 567 jumps away to be precise.
System scan complete. Fuel scooping.
Nothing in this system, that's cool. Yeah, I just find it easy to have the star there
Scooping complete.
in the left hand side. Now I can't go into Super Cruise yet because my temperature's still at like 54 degrees. Let me get it cooler.
Frameshift
There we
drive
go.
charging.
Going to a jump adds between like 10 and 15 degrees, sometimes 20 degrees temperature, so you got to be, or percent. You can't just scoop fuel and then go straight to a jump, because you might, if you're already at, if you've just fuel scooped and you're right next to a star and your temperature's at like 66% and you do a jump, you could go up to 80 or 90% and you might be knackered then.
Fuel scooping. System scan complete.
If we're lucky today, you might get to see a neutron star. That'd be cool. It's a T-Tauri, right?
Fuel scooping
Wait,
complete.
why have I... Okay, the star might be a T-Tauri star. I just figured out your YouTube autoplayed this stream because I watched your Perfect Grade Zaku videos. Gave me a bunch of ideas for mine. 2 times more shine! Always 2 times more shine, yes. Sean says, 567, what are you flying in? A 2CV? Oi! I'll have you not... that's not what the button I wanted. I'm not having you calling my puppy a 2CV. Cumberton's Funk is no one's 2CV. It looks like a 2CV for its paint job. I'll give you that. Add some sun on it. Cumberton's Funk is no man's 2CV. It's a beautiful, beautiful ship. There's my baby. She's seen me through thick and thin as Cumberton's Funk. And she'll continue to see me through. It's my Krait Mk, basically. I don't even know what my fuel scoop is. I can't even check. I can't check anyway my fuel scoop, but nothing in this system. I don't know why I was checking that.
Frameshift drive charging.
But I've got to keep everything not massively high spec because I don't want to have too much weight. Although I said that when I first started, then I put loads of weapons and everything else on the ship, so.
4, 3, 2.
It's like for pure exploration, I don't need a cargo rack. I don't need weapons. I only need weapons to protect myself from pirates if I was carrying a cargo. But then again, you never know. If I got attacked by pirates and lost all that data, I'd be so unhappy.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
But I do need to keep checking the system maps just to see if people have discovered these things already. Because that would suck. Let's have a look at taking me. We've got quite a ways to go. We've got all the way along here. This is where my original waypoint was. But I've now overridden that. But I don't know where. I don't even know where my journey line is. My route map line. There, got along here. It would be really, really cool if the route includes some neutron stars or something like that. Because I've only got it set to A-type and F-type, Wolf Rayettes, White Dwarves, and non-sequence. So there's a possibility there'll be at least one neutron star in there. Neutron stars look fantastic.
Frameshift drive charging.
But even, you know, in the journey I've done in the last couple of years, this journey so far, I've jumped into a system with a black hole once. Sean says, "Get yourself an anaconda, you'd be there by now." Nah, I used to have. I started my exploration journey in an Asp Explorer called the Big Fat Asp, which I loved. And the only reason I upgraded to a Krait Mk 2 was to get more slots.
Fuel scooping.
Because it's pure exploration. I should really have not had so many weapon modules.
Fuel scooping complete.
Because I can get a better jump range. So what I'm going to do is when I get to Sagittarius A star, I'll cache in all my data and then I'll unequip a lot of my modules because I won't need them. Unless I get attacked when I get to the place before Sagittarius A star, in which case I will keep them. But I didn't want Anaconda. See, for me, the fun is the slow journey. It's the European truck simulator feel to it. That's why I enjoy it. It's just me and the open space, and that's it. 40, yeah, we'll give it a go. Anything on EDSM? We'll update in a moment, I think. Let's have a look. No. But so far I've done 1,000... Well, on this record, since I've been using it, I've done 1,043 jumps. And travelled 89,738 light years. But I've not been using this for the entire 2-year journey, so... Yeah. So there you go. Anyway, let's get rid of that. Do this quickly. I can quickly scan this faster than EDSM can, probably. Or maybe not. Might be something here, you never know. Nope. No. Probing, not yet. Oh, no features. Probably nothing of any value here. I've got a discovery. It's better than nothing. Objects. It's very rare that I've come across rocky bodies with it's just asteroids, I don't care about these. It's very rare that I've come across anything with biological on it. Like a handful of times. I'm also a bit knocked that I've not come across many Earthlights so far today. Normally I've come across quite a few. But that's sometimes the roll of the dice. Sometimes you can spend a day flying around and just look at that motoring for it. Look at it. Well off on a leg in it. Look, I have to keep up with it. Fast little bugger, aren't you? I'm officially bored of this system now. What's EDSM telling me? Nothing. I'm nearly finished scanning it now anyway. Yeah, there can be times when I'm like system after system after system, I'm getting Earthlights and water worlds and ammonia worlds, and then the next day you play it and you just get rocky bodies and that's it. But I've got it pared down to those star types just to kind of increase my chances. Nothing, no terraformables. No. Nothing here. Next.
Frameshift drive charging.
Still took me a while to get Sagittarius, even in my engineered Anaconda. I did like take the scenic route though. Just noticed the bubble things on the dashboard. Said Eon's car. Hey, Eon's car. Scenic route equals sightseeing. Oh yeah.
3, 2, 1.
No, I had no desire for an Anaconda. I like my little pokey ships, and it's not exactly little this ship, but I would love to have kept my Asp Explorer, my big fat Asp, as it was called. This one's called the Cumberton's Funk. My Asp is called the Big Fat Asp. I would have loved to have kept it.
Fuel scooping.
But I think I went for this. I think it had a slightly higher range and it had more equipment slots for what I wanted. I think. And it was, I don't know, there was a reason anyway. I did it for a reason. I can't go into jump yet because I need to get my temperature down. 40, 39, that'll do.
Frameshift drive charging.
Blue white star. Anyway, the main reason you want the Krait Mk, I'll show you in a minute why you want the Krait Mk is the best ship in the entire game. Because it has two things that no other ship has. Which I shall show you very quickly, very shortly.
Fuel scooping. System scan complete.
She's dead scared completely.
Fuel scooping complete.
Look, make sure it's not a black hole. No. Yes. Let me see if I can. If I can. If I can somehow wiggle this now. Nope. Hang on. Turn the overlay off. It's a free camera, is that one? That's not the view I wanted. There's a certain view. Maybe it's when you're docked. Anyway, over there, you will see a coffee machine. Yes, there is a coffee machine on that desk. Not only that, but with that coffee machine, there is also a small plate of cookies. Sadly, you can't... Oh, here you go. This is the view I'll see it. Or tray of cookies. Can't quite see it now because the chat's in the way, but there is. Turn the chat off. Look! There's a coffee machine and a cookie. There's a couple of cookies on there. No other ship has that. That's why my ship is better than your ship if you've not got a crate. Because I've got the cookies and the coffee. There we go. What's more important when you're exploring the cosmos than cookies and coffee? There you go, you see. Right, how am I getting out of this now? There we go. So yes, that's why I love my crate. Coffee and cookies. Sean says, still got all my ships. Strange how you get a sentimental bond to a bunch of pixels. Exactly. It helps when you name them. Big Fat Asp and Big Fat Asp and the Cumberton's Funk. Although I have to say the most fun ship that I've enjoyed flying the most is my Sidewinder in my other playthrough, the Squishy Widge. I would be sorely tempted when I get to Sagittarius A star to store this and go back to Sol back to Earth in a Sidewinder. But I haven't done any engineering in this game on the Sidewinder, and the jump range would be about 10 light years, which is rubbish. So I probably wouldn't be able to get back home, I suspect. Although we'll have a look. I'll have a lot of money, so I'll see what I can do with the Sidewinder and get it all kitted out and see what I can do. But I'd like to come back, and Sidewinders are fun. They're just silly fun. What we're doing? Oh yes. More important, a beer fridge. Yeah, but that's not there. There is. 12. Have we got anything on EDSM? No. Is this the right system? E54. No. Unfortunately, EDSM is still stuck on the previous system. 2QD654, not MOD749. So, go on. We'll have a look. I don't think there's even anything here, but I can quickly have a look. Won't take me long to scan 12. That one there, because they're all the same planet type anyway. And we do have 4.5 hours to go. 3.5 hours to go. It's not like I'm in any rush, is it? Well, I am, in a way. But I do plan on doing these streams, these elite streams, in place of Skyrim and Fallout, just until I get to Sagittarius A star. So you And I might not do them at 6 hour. I mean, I'm doing this one today, and we're doing another one tomorrow, and that'll be another 6 hour job, 12 till 6. But I don't think I'll do them, you know, 6 hours all the time, because 6 hours is a long time. And I might not particularly want to sit here for 6 hours in the same chair with the headset on, playing this game. One more.
System scan complete.
But I think we'll make it elite now, just until I get to aha, there we go, terraformable. That'll do nicely. That one, that one. Okay, so sometimes it's worth checking. So 2, 3, and 4. There we go. 2, 3, and 4, which is actually the closest is 2. Cool. Let's go do this one. Let's go do some probing. My favourite ship has to be the Cobra, mainly because that's what I flew when I played Elite on my ZX Spectrum. Oh yeah, I had the Cobra Mark III in this game. The Cobra Mark III is fantastic. If you're going to be pootling about within civilized space and doing little bits of combat here and there and stuff like that, the Cobra Mark III is fantastic. Cobra Mark IV is garbage, don't worry with that. Don't bother with that, but Cobra Mark III is brilliant shit. The only thing I didn't like about the Cobra is I like a centered cockpit view. I don't like being sat off to one side if it's a two-seat cockpit. It just does my head in. I don't know why, it just does. It bugs me. And one of the main selling reasons for this ship was the center cockpit, which is a stupid thing to consider when I've got to think about things like range and everything else. But you know, hey. Time for some probing. Prepare to be probed. Probed. 7? 7? Damn it. One thing I hate probing is gas giants that have got rings, or anything with rings, because that makes it really tricky to get them. If it says like 6 or 7 probes and you use that many probes or less, you get a bonus, a reward when you cash it in. You get more money.
Surface scan complete.
If it's like it's like being on par. If it says 7 probes and I use 12, I don't get as much money. So 2, 3, and 4. So 4 is the next nearest. One other thing about the ship that's also cool is not the galaxy map, you idiot. Is on that side you've got the coffee machine. On this side there is, I don't know if you can see it, just where it says zoom there is a tiny model of the Krait Mk from original Elite on the BBC. That little black diamond shape there, just under the word zoom, that's a little tiny model, Lagunung model of the Krait from the original Elite game. How cool is that? I did enjoy the Cobra, but I'm using the Asp at the moment, says the Orc Boys. It's got a nice cargo hold. Yeah, go for the Asp Explorer though. There's another Asp that's absolute garbage. Go for it's the Asp Explorer and the Asp something else. The Asp Explorer is one of the best ships in the game for, strangely enough, exploring. It's one of the best all-purpose, multi-purpose all-rounder ships. But the Krait's kind of got a bit more on size and capacity. Yeah, if you're an explorer and all you're doing is exploration, your Asp or your Krait is probably the best bet. We're really struggling to speed up now because of that planet that we've just gone past. Come on. my iPad a little bit and turn the brightness on it down because I don't need it to be quite so bright. Thank you very much. I never played the original 8, I have to be honest. I watched my mate play it back in the late 1980s when he had a desktop computer which was beyond comprehension to me at the time. I suspect it was a very old 386, probably going back to the late to mid 80s. And my friend Julian had a desktop computer which actually had an IBM Model M keyboard, because that was what the keyboard was in the days. Nowadays that'd be worth a fortune. And he had Elite on that, and that's what I've never forgotten the phrase. I don't remember much about it, watching him play it, but I remembered the phrase pilot couch, and that's why that phrase has always stuck with me, pilot couch, because he'd blow his ship up and you'd just see a bit of debris floating in space, and if you hovered over it, it would tell you what the debris was, and it said pilot couch. That means your cockpit chair. Come to me, little white planet. We shall probe you now. Stand by for probing. Mother Russia, planet probes you. 7 probes. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That was a rubbish one. 7. I might not get this. I loosed that second to last probe too early.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Surface scan complete. So we've done 2, we've done 4, so we need to do 3 next, aren't we? Which is there. You should always go off the navigation list on your menu there, the external list, not the list from any of the system map, because that's not necessarily in the order that the planets are actually to your ship. There is an aura review for the system, but I never use that very often because it's not that great. Do. Just recalibrate my stick for a sec. There we go. That hopefully should recalibrate it. I may have to unplug it and plug it in. I find with this Hotas stick, this T3 Thrustmaster T.Flight, whatever, it starts out fine, but after a couple of hours it can get a little bit slippy sloppy, and I have to unplug it and plug it back in again. It's only kind of cheap plastic. It's not proper metal construction, so. But I'm not aware that any other Hotas stick works with Xbox, so yeah. A bit further away this one. Swig of coffee time. Tell you what, this goes a lot slower than playing Fallout or Skyrim. It's like when I do a Fallout Friday, it seems to take about half an hour and suddenly 3 hours have gone by. When I do Skyrim feels like it takes about 4 hours, 5 hours. When I do this though, this is just going slow. But it's great because it means I get a full days of gaming. We seem to be going quite slowly. I'm not picking up much speed, so there must be lots of large bodies nearby keeping me slow. Come on now, faster. Doing 20 times the speed of light and it's still taking me forever to get there. Just shows you in real life how far away planets are from stars, keeping in mind this is reasonably realistic simulation. If you've never played Elite, there is one star system where... Oh, I'm going to overshoot this because I went too fast. I wasn't paying attention. There you go. Loop of shame. Loop of shame. I forgot to throttle down. Went past 7 seconds. and it's about to overshoot. There we go. Pay attention. Yeah, there is a system where there's a space station called Hutton Orbital, and it's so far from the star, but within the solar system, so far from the star it orbits that you basically, when you get to that system, you push forward on your throttle, point at the star, and then you go off and make a cup of coffee, and you come back 45 minutes later. It takes about 40 to 45 minutes to get from the star when you enter the system to the space station. I think there's an achievement for getting there. It's just a case of sitting there and doing something else for half an hour while you shit, and you're just doing this, sitting in a straight line. There's nothing to do. But the funny thing is, if you enter that system with a brand new fresh paint job on your ship, by the time you get to Hutton Orbital, your paint's knackered. 2, 3, sticks moved. Oops. 4. Oh, I'm having some issues here. 5, 8, 6. I'm going to have to, I think, move my mouse mat. I've got an enormous mouse mat that my stick is on, but it's not staying in place. It's being awkward. I need the mouse mat for the mouse though, but I want to put blue tack under my stick and it's not working.
Surface scan complete.
Right, there we go. That's those 3 done. The next system. Ring, ring, shame, shame. Button where you get a free anaconda. Not. Yeah, no, Hutton Orbital, you do get an achievement for going there. And within the game, if you go into the marketplace on in the Hutton space station, they actually have an item called the Hutton Orbital Mug. And there is actually a quest in the game to go and acquire a load of Hutton Orbital mugs and then sell them. Because if you sell them outside that system, they go for a fortune. So you go to the space station, you buy a whole load of Hutton Orbital mugs and sell them on a different system and make a fortune. But there was a lot of japes and shenanigans where people would say to newbies that if you go to Hutton Orbital you get a free anaconda. It's a kind of ship, like one of the top tier ships. And these suckers, these poor buggers, would spend an hour flying. Well, they'd spend however long getting to that star system in the first place, and then an hour going from the star to Hutton Orbital, and then they realise you don't get a free anaconda if you go to. They don't get anything. It's just a space station. Right. Well, what was in the system? I wasn't paying attention. I've not even done that yet. Okay, nothing. Wasting my time, I don't know.
Friendship drive charging.
Friendship drive charging. So we'll see when we do get to the space station where when the next before the black hole. I'll look into getting a Sidewinder. Of course, I can't mod it at all because there's no engineers out here, so I don't know what the situation will be. I don't think a base level Sidewinder, even with top tier equipment, would make it back to Earth from here. I don't think it would have the jump range to do it. I mean, it would have for the core. It'd be able to zip around the core of the galaxy quite nicely because all the stars are close together. But once you start getting out into the wider areas, maybe not. Because you know, it's like a little Sidewinder could quite happily cope around here. No, but all the stars are really close together. But once you get to this expanse here, or this gap here, or this gap here, yeah. I mean, I'm in the Norma expanse at the minute. I think I'm in the Norma expanse, which is about here. But yeah, stars get fewer and far between in these areas. When I was flying up through here, charting a course through these bits here between these two spurs, that was a nightmare because even for my ship the range was not enough to jump between two of the stars. Let's see what EDSM says. Oh, hello. A2, where are we? PUMD8. Oh, that's the last system. Okay, no, it's still giving me... I thought I'd load of good planets there, but it's all the old last system. Right, we've got gas giants, bits and bobs, so we've got at least 2 gas giants. Yeah, they're all going to be moons, aren't they? Yeah. I'll do a couple, and we'll see what comes out, and I'll have a look at EDSM, which will assess. Don't think there'll be much in this. I think this will be gas giants and moons, and that's your lot. And nothing terraformable, I reckon. Because that's very pretty. Look at that. It was nice. A brown dwarf star with massive ring system. Cool! Might go and get a picture of that, actually. It might be worth going and have a look just at that. If nothing else. Just to get a picture. But yes, well, if I get myself a Sidewinder while I'm there, because the Sidewinder in this game are like taxis. If your ship blows up and you're not near home, just get a Sidewinder for like 5 pence. Just fly it where you need to go. If you're in civilized space, it's quite good, but normally what I'd have to do is do a load of engineering to get it engineered up, but I don't. There may not be anything options to do that on the space station just before the Sagittarius A star black hole. Right, is EDSM updated yet? 2 minutes. There. I don't think there's anything in this system. In fact, let's have a look. Yeah, 100% updated. Not showing anything. I think we can dump this one, but I'll go and have a look at that brown dwarf with the rings because they look quite pretty. We'll get a nice photograph of that. I've been taking pictures as I go along. Every time I get an Earth-like, I take a photograph because it's awesome. I want a record of my journey. Scan the sound noise. It's the Reapers. They know we are here, says Eon's car. I mean that. That is the best noise in the game, that. Well, best noise after the sound, all the sounds that you get when you're gliding, when you're trying to land. You'd have lost the music again. Oh well. There does seem to be a bug since that latest update that the music actually sounds really echoey. Like you hear the echo of the music but not the actual music itself, which is kind of annoying. You can see that brown dwarf from here, look at the rings on that. One would assume that's either, if it was real, that would be either an accretion disk, things growing around it, I'm just going to go up and over the top, things growing around it, or it will be some sort of planet that's crashed into it and been squished and exploded. We'll find ourselves a good shot, a good angle. I think a jaunty Dutch angle would be most pleasing here for a photograph. I've got to be careful here because risk it for a biscuit and have my heat sinks active just in case.
rings online.
So I have a cunning plan here. Yeah.
Surface scan complete.
Yeah, see, I can't surface scan a star because it's a brown dwarf, but I can surface scan the rings, and that would actually just highlight any areas in the rings where there might be resources in those rings. You see, but there's a benitoite hotspot. The reason I want to do that is not because I want to do any mining. I don't have any equipment for mining, but I've got to think tactically. Okay, I'm going to reset my controller in a minute. Oh, where's it gone? There we go. So now I've got that selected, and start to treat it as if I'm landing on a planet, you see. I love that. Don't know if you can hear it, that deep bassy rumble of the star in my left ear tells me there's a big ass star nearby. Adjust my controller. It's a real bad time to have to do that. Yes, you can actually go into the rings of stars and planets. How is that for blowing your mind? Where's the actual star, though? There it is. But you're flying around at real-time thrusty speed now. You've not got any special drives. I need to reset my controller, though, so give me 1 second. I've just got to discombobulate it and recombobulate it. In the hole. In the hole. On Oxford. There we go. Sorry about that. Sometimes you just have to unplug it and plug it back in again. Just resets it. A bit of thrusty. Technical issues. I want to get down between the asteroids. I can't land on these, but and yes, they are all rotating slowly in their own orbits. And theoretically, in this game, if I was to sit on top of, above one of these asteroids, it would very slowly orbit the star. Can't really. Right, let's do. We can get a good picture. I haven't really planned, to be honest, what I was going to do, but that makes a good jaunty angle. See, I like to channel the kind of 1980s sci-fi book art style sometimes, where you have like a ship coming on the right hand side, the left hand side. There we go. If I do a screen dump of that, and upload it to OneDrive. There we go. Nice little screenshot that. I can't jump back into space yet because I'm mass locked, which means the mass of the asteroid field is holding me in place. A little blue light in the bottom right hand corner telling me I can't jump yet. Put power into engines so I can do more boosting. Come on, refill. There we go. Just waiting for that mass lock light to go out. Which, there we go, so I can jump now.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
So I need to get myself away from the asteroid field and then I can jump to the next target. Look at the rings on that, Fox 2020, says the Orc Boys. Scan too many times on a system, then run for mass relay. Yeah, that sounds so deep in the base. Brown dwarf with the rings, la 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 la. It's Phil Lewis. Hey Phil. I never got to finish in that game and can't finish ever due to my 360 no longer working. Oh sorry, just doing a playthrough now, says EC Idaho. I'm pretty sure. Oh, if your old 360 was connected to the internet to Xbox Live, then it would have stored the game up in the cloud. I think, if it was late enough in the life of the 360.
Frameshift drive charging.
Possibly. If not, though, and it had never uploaded it to the cloud, you'd be knackered. First batch of cookies are almost out of the oven, says Nim. Oh!
4, 3, 2.
Now, when we get to this next system, I need to go for a great big wee. So we'll take a quick break, like a minute. Been 3 hours, not bad for me that. I've drunk a lot of coffee in the last 3 hours. Panzer Koenig is in, says afternoon all. Welcome, Panzer Koenig. Hello, my friend.
Fuel scooping.
Okay, we'll scoop some fuel.
Fuel scooping complete.
Right, so that's fuel scooped. Now, if you give me a minute, I need to go and do my own kind of fuel scooping, if you know what I mean. And I shall be back in 1 moment, so I shall throttle down. I shall put on the back in a minute symbol, and I shall be back in a minute, fully enough. Okay, and we are returned. Hello, hello, hello. Back again. All relieved and fresh, thank you. Mama Fox had changed the towels in the bathrooms. They all smell nice and fresh and clean. Where are we? Right. We're up to in chat. Panzer Koenig's in. Eon's car says little cookies. Nim says fresh homemade family recipe cookies, so extra special. Oh, yes. Yes, I'm thinking about cookies now. Right, so anyway, where were we? This system, let's have a look. What's I need to refresh EDSM because it's stuck on a long drawn out refresh. So we'll have a look and see what's in the system. Ah, now you see, look at this. We've got the usual asteroid clusters, don't care. We've got the usual rocky bodies. We've got gas giants over here, but here, this is the happiness area. This is the happiness zone. This is the intimate feminine area. This little bit here, the special place. Ammonia world. Yeah, you're going to find Earth-likes, ammonia worlds, and water worlds in this little range of frequencies, and it looks like we have at least one, if not more, ammonia worlds. So let's find out. Let's see what we have. There's 14 bodies, so we can just crack on and scan them now. Don't worry about EDSM. My controller is being annoying. It's doing the weird pitch and yaw thing. Dead zone problem. It seems to do it after a little while. That is the one problem with playing on Xbox. Because as far as I know, you've only got the option of one specific HOTAS controller. The T-HOTAS 1. It's not heavy, hardcore, like metal. What do you say? Is this the ammonia world? Oh no, it's gas giant with ammonia-based life. It's plastic and stuff. It's not expensive. It's like 30 or 40 quid. So it's not the most long-lived of HOTAS controllers. Some of the proper ones that cost you a couple of hundred, they've got full metal construction, everything. This is a cheap budget one, and it works perfectly. Hot from it tends to have horrendous dead zone issues, and it can be that you play for a while and suddenly you're pitching and rolling all over the place. Never mind, we can crack on. The only option I've got is this will play it on controller, and that's just not happiness at all. Right, what's something here? There we go. There we are. There she is. Ammonia world. Beautiful, beautiful ammonia world, which may net me a good couple of million. Let's see what this ammonia world else has going on. There might be more than one. I don't know. I don't know why ammonia worlds are quite valuable. Earth-like worlds, obvious reasons. Hello. Terrestrial bodies that are, or rather terraformable bodies, they're worth quite a bit for obvious reasons. Ammonia worlds, not really sure, other than within the lore of the game, it's believed that's where Thargoids hail from, ammonia-based worlds. So, gas giants. These are going to be rocky bodies in that case. Yeah. Unless you've got like a binary gas giant setup. It's typically gas giant with lots and lots of little icy or rocky bodies around them. Usually not worth much.
System scan complete.
So we've got one ammonia world. We might get some terraformables. Eon's car says, nice, still got some cookies left my mum made earlier this week. And Nim says, I've got 2 more kinds to make, so we're going to have a lot of them here. I'll be on a plane in 5 minutes. Yeah, so you get gas giants with rocky bodies that generally, most of the time, are not worth anything. Very occasionally you'll get a terraformable body around a gas giant, very rarely. And twice actually, in my entire 3 or 4 or 5 years of playing this, I've seen an ammonia world orbiting a gas giant, but like twice. And there we have this wonderful stuck menu. There we go. Go there. We've got this wonderful little ammonia world here with just ammonia world. Okay. Terrestrial ammonia world with an active ammonia-based chemistry and carbon ammonia-based life. So Let us find that then and probe it. Probe its ammonia-based life. Yeah. Oh, they're going to make it 4,000 light seconds away. Okay, we've got a couple of minutes. God damn it. As you can see, EDSM is not updated yet, so it doesn't tell me if there's anything, what kind of value I might be looking at. It is telling me, however, that I've got about 1.2 billion credits coming to me as a rough estimation when I cash all my astronomical data in. Only a rough estimate. Their prices are a bit out of date, so I'll start my teleportation spell, says Eon's car. They may be gone by the end of the day. Oh yes. How did your day go? I have a lot of cookies. Excellent. I've never made a... I don't even know how you make a cookie. Can an idiot make a cookie? Make cookies? Is it idiot proof? Can a mouse breathing spoon do it? Because that's... I just realised, talking of mouse breathing spoon, I've got like a million things turned on. Nearly turned my thrusters off there, nearly. I wasn't paying attention. That would have caused me to fall out of space and break my ship. That could have been a game ending thing right there. Gotta really be careful. The reason I keep turning my heat sinks off is you do need heat sinks. It's a good way of venting excess temperature so you can avoid causing damage if you get too close to a star. I started out with I think 4, maybe 3. The reason I've only got 1 left is because the button for heat sinks is right next to the button for where I can press the button to look around the cockpit like that, and right next to my night vision button, which is that one, which you can't see, but you'll see it if you look in the top left. It turns on night vision. If I go to a dark planet, I can use night vision. And twice in the past I've pressed that button by mistake and launched a heatsink, wasted it, and I've got nothing left to make more heatsinks with. I haven't got the relevant components, because you can't get... I need some circuitry and circuit components that I can get in civilized space from scrap, but I can't get out in the wilds. Throttle down, halfway, 2/3. Nim says, and yes, there are... feel free to come over if you can, says Nim. Yes, there are cookies even a spoon can make. Some companies make pre-packaged mixes where you just have to add like an egg and some milk. Oh. I could go a nice cookie or 2 or 3, says Panzer. Just let me finish this bacon and egg sarnie for... Oh, shut up! Oh, I've got bacon and I've got eggs, but I think the eggs might have gone off and my bacon's still frozen. God damn it. You guys are all horrible. Don't talk to me about bacon when I haven't got bacon available. There. Cruel you are. Gentlemen, prepare the probes! Because it's probing time, and you know what that means. That's a probing. Yeah. 8 probes. Oh. I can do 6 and I can do 7 without thinking about it. 8, I've got to get the bonus, I have to use 8 probes or less. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh sugar! I've done 6 with the same one. I've done the same one. I've ruined it already. 6. Killed it. 7. 8. I did the one in the centre twice by accident. Oh well, never mind. I won't get the bonus. I'll still get the big amount of money for it, but I won't get a bonus. Unless somehow I get to 90% now without the next one.
Surface scan complete.
Oh, I did. I got away with it. Yes. Power. There we go. I don't know how much I made for that. EDSM tells me it's 1.6 million credits. Okay. There you go. It's the only one in here that's even worth cashing in, but 1.6 million credits, roughly. Again, their prices are based on prices, I think about 1.5 to 2 years ago, so it could be more by now. The developers change the priorities of things sometimes and how much things are worth in the marketplace, so keep things fresh.
Frameshift drive charging. Next
system, we've only got 557 yet to go. We've done about 20 today. This is going to take forever, isn't it? Especially if I spend all this time farting about.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Panzer says, yes, Fox, you buy a bag from your local co-op, open them, and then introduce the aforementioned cookies to your face and repeat. I know, but something in my mind's telling me that homemade cookies would be even nicer. Although I have to say, I do like the sound of soft, squishy cookies that you get. Nim, when you make yours, are they crunchy or squishy? It's crunchy or soft?
Fuel scooping complete.
Inquiring minds want to know. Get away from the start. How is the stream looking and sounding, by the way, folks? Is it looking good? Looking okay? I've been tweaking bit rates and stuff again, just to see what we come up with. Here we have nothing but high metal content worlds, but potential there, I suppose. It's quicker for me to just scan them than talk about with EDSM. Those. Oops. Ooh. Lumpy digestive noises. I like that. Well, I say it's fast for me to scan them. That's when my controller isn't, my HOTAS isn't, throttle, my flight stick isn't giving me trouble. One of them. If it's too fast for you to see, by the way, you actually have to tune your scanner to do these. You don't just move the cursor over the thing and scan it. You have to actually, you see that thing at the bottom, you have to actually tune it in to pick up. That's what those little arrows are. They're telling you whether you're getting close or not. So you don't have to look at the map, the little waveform thing. You can look at the scanner itself, and they help you sort of zone in on what you're looking at. When it goes like that, I can zoom in on it. That's a button press. That's a button press.
System scan complete.
So it's all kind of interactive. It's kind of cool. Anything of any interest? No, no, no. Oh, yes. There we go. Terraforming. So, what's this one? This is 4, 5, 4 and 5. This one down here, no. So we want B4 and B5. Excellent. Now 5 might be nearer than 4. Let's have a look. B3, B4, B5. No. Probe these. If you're wondering what that little white dot is at the left of my big scanning circle, by the way, that's my target thing. Basically, it allows me to see whether I'm lined up with the target. You see there. If I go to the left of the target, it just helps me line up on something I'm targeting, whether it's a ship or a space station or another planet or whatever it might be. If it's behind me, it's a hollow circle. If it's in front of me, it's a solid white glowy circle. All the instruments on here, they all mean something and they're all kind of useful. Oh, hang on, this is 225,000 light seconds away. That's going to be about 10 minutes. Yeah, that's not worth it for me. A couple of terrestrials, a couple of terraformables isn't worth
Frameshift drive charging.
10 minutes. Yeah, that'd be a good 10 or 15 minutes getting to that star. It's a trinary system. There's 3 stars and they're all massive amounts away. It's like a quarter of a light year away. So yeah, there's no point. I'd be there. It'd literally take me about 10-15 minutes to get to that. Well, maybe 5 or 10 minutes to get to that star. And I don't think you want to sit and watch that. Nim says, cakey, so they are soft, almost like a pancake.
Fuel scooping.
Oh, that's it, right, me and you are getting married, Nim, and I'm moving over and you're just making cookies for me for the rest of my life.
Fuel scooping complete.
I like squishy cookies are the best. I don't mind hard crunchy cookies, but especially when they're big, massive cookies as well, like big, like, you know, half a foot across, they've got to be squishy, they can't be hard. Right, how many stars? I didn't even check my scan on this, did I? 19, okay. Let us have a look and see what is in this system. Rockies, and gas giant. I'm gonna gas giant. It's gonna be a couple of gas giants. Yeah, we'll take a pass on that one.
Frameshift drive charging.
All this talk of cookies now makes me want one, says Panzerkonig. Yeah, you have to go out to Greg's and get some.
4, 3, 2.
Oh, I'll tell you what you could do. Why don't you go to either your local Subway or your local KFC? Because they do cookies, and the advantage is you'll also have KFC or Subway. How good is that? Nim says, lol, well, it is holiday baking time. Isn't every time baking time? Oh, baking, not bacon. I got confused.
Fuel scooping complete.
Do. Let's see what's in this system. I bet it's not very good. Bear and bear. Rocky bodies, icy bodies. Only 10 of them. We'll give these a quick twiddle. There's no gas giants. It seems to be with gas giants, if you get gas giants with mostly rocky bodies, there's less chance of Earthlikes. But if you get just rocky bodies and no gas giants, it's sometimes the case that there's more chance of terraformables. I think because the gas giants tend to swallow up a lot of resources that leave the remaining worlds in the system just like lifeless moons. Whereas when it's just rocky bodies, there's more chance they'll be bigger and therefore more able to support possibly terraforming. I assume, I mean, it's how detailed they built the game engine, it takes all that into account. The guy that came up with the algorithms for generating the galaxy is like some crazy smart astrophysicist, I think. It's all based on complex algorithms and calculations based on
System scan complete.
the known mass of the universe and the known mass of the matter in the Milky Way and things like that. Having said all that, there's probably nothing here. No. Ooh, nearly. No. Nothing. Okay, it's worth a go. Not to worry.
Frameshift drive charging.
Last batch in the oven now, then it's just prepping the next kind of batter while these cool. But what have you made so far then, Nim? Which ones have you made so far? I can't remember. Tell me all about them. Is it all the jumbly ones?
4, 3, 2.
Engage! I made myself a litre of coffee to keep me going throughout the whole show, and unfortunately I made a terrible coffee. I've got terrible tasting coffee to drink for the next 2.5 hours. Arse. See what I go through just for your edification and entertainments.
Fuel scooping.
All this talk of cookies has made me realise that what I'm making for dinner is bland and not interesting at all.
Fuel scooping.
I've made the jumbly ones, says Nick. Oh yeah, he's made the jumbly cookies. So jumbly, is that just like my memory's terrible? Is that just like a random selection of the different bits? There's all like bits of this and bits of that. Oh, jumbly. Eon's car says, ooh, jumbly ones. I think you need to rename them so they have the word Jumbly in the title. Jumbly. I've got 9 and they're all high metal content. There's a potential there, so we'll have a quick look. Again, it's faster for me just to do this. With like 10 or less bodies, it's faster for me to do this than it is to do database star map. Unless I dawdle like that. This line I'm following is the orbit line, or the general plane of the system, the orbital axis of the star. Now, it's not guaranteed that every body is going to be along this line,
System scan complete.
but it's a safe starting bet that they will be, or most of them will be. But as we know in real life, sometimes planets are actually outside the orbital plane of a star and can be up all over the place. Okay, so nothing there of any interest. One thing I wanted to show you, I forgot to show you, by the way. You know how I've got the EDSM open, the Elite Dangerous Star Map? Well, the fun thing with the Elite Dangerous Star Map is that it's not just this map, which shows, you know, where I'm here in the galaxy. That's actually my other profile. You know, with Sidewinder Saturdays, with my little Sidewinder, that's me. That's where he is. He's there. Which seems to be exactly where, or almost where, I think that's Earth. There. That's Earth. That's Commander Guru Fox. That's my other playthrough. And I'm here. So it's taken me 2.5 years to get there. We've got to go there. But yes, the other thing about this website, if you are playing Elite Dangerous, I do recommend you go to edsm.net, Echo Delta Sierra Mike.net, I think it is. You create a profile, you link it to your existing Xbox or PlayStation or PC, Windows, whatever profile, because it gets all your data. Now, I can't show you here. Can I show you here? It will have, let's have a look, my profile. So you can see Dog Sounds, Cumberton's Funk, a registry mark, DOG5, member since Twitter. That's only when I created an account here. To start tracking all my stats, but it's got loads of good stuff. Where I'm clicking on the wrong thing. There we go. You can see I've not done a lot of playing lately. I did quite a bit in February, then not a lot. I did a tiny bit in July, and I'm back in December. So it's been a while since I've done any proper playing. What have we got? Current assets. I've currently got assets worth 582 million credits. That's including all my ships. Combat, not a lot of stuff. Crime, not a lot. Smuggling, I've not done any. Trading, I've done a little bit, but not too much. Mining, none. I've not really done anything. Exploration, I've visited just since 2018 with this particular profile. Bearing in mind I was playing it for a couple of years before that. 3,186 systems visited. I've made 538 million credits, but I'm about to quadruple that when I finally get to a civilized system. Highest I ever got was 9 million credits for mapping the information. Approximate time play 3 weeks, 3 days, 20 hours and 58 minutes. Again, that's only since I registered on this website in 2018. I've delivered 141 passengers, I've delivered 59 VIPs, I've rescued 36 rescue pods, I've crafted some stuff. Multi-crew, I've not done that. I've done a little bit of multi-crew. What else have we got? It doesn't show a picture of the ship for some reason. Doesn't often work that. What else have we got? My fleet is basically this profile has Cumberton's Funk. It's not quite up to date. Yeah, there should be another ship on there. Never mind. Ship details. Oops, that's the wrong thing. I keep clicking on the screen you're seeing and not the actual screen I'm clicking on. So there we go. It's let's have a look. What have I got in store? I've got 4C thrusters. I've not got everything maxed up to the max. Basically, I've got some utility mounts and stuff, but they're not maxed out. Anyway, enough of that. Let's go back to the dashboard. Console data. If you are playing on Xbox or PlayStation 4, this website is it has an ability to poll from, well, at least from Xbox anyway, so it is worth doing it. It's a good way to get your data, and like I say, I use it purely so I can see whether things in the system are habitable or scannable or worth it or not, if you're doing exploration.
Frameshift drive charging.
It's also got a thing whereby you can ask it, if you need to pick up a specific resource, you can tell it where you are and ask it where the nearest space station with that resource is that you can buy, and it'll tell you how to get there. That is invaluable.
4, 3, 2.
Because when you pick up missions from star bases, they might be like, go and get 5 of this resource, and you don't know where to find it, and the in-game stuff is not the best. So you can go onto EDSM, and there's another one called Inara. You can go onto EDSM and you can say, right, I'm at this space station right now, I'm in this system, where's the nearest system with this resource? And then you can tell you where it is and you can go and plot a route. So it's worth doing at least EDSM.
Fuel scooping complete.
It's a classic thing of the designers make a game that's brilliant, but that's so complicated that half the stuff isn't actually in the game, that other people put into their third-party websites. Which is fine, it works. Let's have a look. Then it's the chocolate crinkle cookies, because they cook at a slightly lower temperature. Yeah, but what's good about the recipe I sent you, Fox, is that you can have whatever you want into the batter. My family just has chocolate chips. Last year I did butterscotch. Oh, butterscotch. Greg's 56 mile or soft toffee, soft squishy toffee. Fudge. Put fudge. Eat fudge chips. 56 miles to Panzer's nearest subway. 27 in the other. Oh no, Greg's is 56 miles to my nearest, subway 27. KFC 75 miles away, and Wimpy over 100 miles. Dude. So no cookies unless they're homemade flapjacks at worst. You're living in the worst possible place then, aren't you, basically? Right, what's here? Gas Giants, Rocky Ice Worlds. 19, I don't know. Let's see what the legend says. EDSM should update in 32 seconds. Except it always hangs whenever I look at it. Whenever I click on it for you guys. It's not... When I open it up here, it doesn't update it real time. It just updates like a screenshot of it, which is a bit rubbish. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 1. See if EDSM gives me anything. No. Loading, it's uploading. Loading data. Nah, it's going to take forever. Doesn't matter. I'm not feeling the vibe on this one. Where's the next one?
Frameshift drive charging.
Yes, Panzer Koenig, you live in the worst place, obviously, clearly. You need to move somewhere that's got access to all the fast food. You'll only have continued sadness.
4, 3, 2.
That big scanning thing, by the way, that goes blah, that's me pressing a button to do the scan. It's an equipped weapon, or it's a piece of equipment I have to carry on my ship. It's that thing. It's literally a piece of kit you have to have on your ship. Everything in this stuff is manually operated. Go on, we'll scan these. There's only 10 of them. Risk it for a biscuit. I just don't want to spend too much time scanning everything that I come across, because I'll never get to the... This is why it's taken me 2 years to get to Sagittarius A star so far, to get halfway there, because I have to scan all the things. I want all the money. I just realised after playing this game for 6 hours straight with my headphones on, I'm going to be deaf when I take them off. Ever done that thing where you wear headphones for a protracted period of time, and then when you take them off, everything's like muffled and quiet? Yeah. Also, I'll probably go deaf. Eventually, make myself go deaf faster. Oh well. Again, sacrifices and all that stuff. Oops. Oh, lock it in, you fool. Yeah, so literally, I'm moving this down. I'm hovering over something. I've got to zone it in by tuning it with my little left and right hat stick. I know it's there. It's where that thing is. Get a white circle. Zoom in.
System scan complete.
It's not passive. You got to do stuff. Look, terraforming straight in. No. Just that one then. Okay, we got one. That's cool. So A1. Get some money out of that. Cool beans. Hopefully be quite close to the star as well. Oh yeah, it's not that far from the star. Panzer says, yeah, I know. Where are you, Panzer Koenig? You don't have to give the information away if you don't wish, but roughly where are you? You don't want your address. But feel free to send me a message with your name, address, postcode, credit card. No, don't do that. That's a joke. Where are you? Are you on an island somewhere? Are you like our friend Scott who lives in Orkney or something? See, Scott's nowhere near anything because he lives in Orkney, but on the plus side, he lives in Orkney and he's got puffins and Scarab Ray, so I'd quite happily lose the takeouts for living in Orkney. If I'm perfectly honest, I think Orkney would be a brilliant place to live. Plus, I kind of like the Orcadian accent. I'm not going to try and do an Orcadian accent. It's probing time. Captain to small room downstairs. Please activate probing devices and ready the probes. Probe. Probe. It's a white and featureless planet. That's the wrong thing I pressed. What am I doing? Probe, that's that button. Sometimes my muscle memory fails me and I forget what buttons do what. There literally are so many controls in this game. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there's so many controls in this game that you get the muscle memory for a handful of them. But beyond that, you're like, I don't know. But what makes it worse is
Scanned by 50%.
when you've spent 20 years playing on controllers where the buttons are always in the same place, if the game says press X, my hand knows without thinking on an Xbox controller where X is, or Y is, or B. But when you do this thing and it says press, and it gives you this big long string of letters because it's not an Xbox controller, and you're like, I can't honestly tell you now. I know where the 4 X, Y, A and B buttons are. I know where they are. They're on the side of the throttle stick, but I can't tell you which one's which. I know which one to press to do X. Like if I want to do a thing, I know which button I need to press, but I can't tell you whether it's the X button or the A button, or I just have no idea. If you ever see me doing like that and bringing up this little radial menu, it's because the game said press B, and I'm like, which one's B? It's just so weird. Right, next system.
Frame shift drive charging.
Frame shift drive charging. I live in Wigton, Dumfries and Galloway. Wow, I didn't think that's not like in the middle of nowhere.
4.
How come they don't have like... It's like your nearest Greggs is twice as far as from my house as E-Models is from my house. And that's in Stoke, so... Wow. I didn't think... Unless it's like particularly the rural part of D&G, I don't know. Dumfries and Galloway, you can eat fabulous.
Fuel scooping.
A lovely part of the country. But not if you've not got Burger King and stuff and...
Fuel scooping complete.
No, do McDonald's do cookies? McDonald's is garbage though, let's just be honest. We all know it. Right, 13 bodies in this system. Let's have a quick looky see. Now, you know what I'm going to do? I'm not feeling the love from this route map I've got. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to reset my route map to what I had before. Now, it means there'll probably end up being more jumps to get to Sagittarius A star, but I was originally going from here to here, and then from there to Sag A. But now I've reset it so it's just from here to Sag A, and it's got a different. I think it's higher up in the galactic plane, and it's giving me less interesting planets. I'm going to go back to going to this planet, to this star first, because I was getting a nice run of like Earth-likes and ammonia worlds and all kinds of stuff. So let's reset the route planner. Because it's much further down in the galactic plane, and it just gave me a much more interesting collection of stars. I also came across quite a few like neutron stars and stuff in there as well that I haven't come across in this route. I think the game was trying to give me quite a bland, simple route with not a lot of stuff going on. You can see I've marked some things here. Real pulsar white dwarf system. It's a real system that I can't remember what it's called, and it exists in the real world, in the real universe, and it was discovered. And there have been cases. There's one interesting case in this where when we discovered the Trappist system, the Trappist system with its various Earth-like potentially habitable worlds, they updated the game. Or well, they can't really update the game, because if they make a change to one system, it changes everything in the whole game and it'll break everything. But they when they discovered the Trappist system, how many jumps is that going to be? 327. There we go. When they discovered the Trappist system, they took a look in the game. Now, bearing in mind, we didn't know about the Trappist system at that point. It didn't exist. So they looked at the game, roughly where the Trappist system was, and the game had procedurally generated, based on the algorithms they put in, a star system in that spot, just about, that had almost the same set out of planets as the real Trappist system, because it had calculated it based on the mass surrounding that area and the gas and particles and the size of the star and things like that. So it was amazing how accurate it had guessed it. Just goes to show how accurate their simulation is. They didn't just randomly sprinkle stars, they literally modelled existing known stars and then used proper complicated maths to figure out the rest. Panzer says, oh yes it is, it's very rural, picturesque and miles from anything and anywhere. Yeah, sometimes that's not a bad way to be though, is it? Unless it's the middle of winter and you desperately need something and you can't go anywhere. Give me a Games Workshop store, a few takeaway type places and fast food deliveries, and access to the internet, and in a place that people can deliver stuff to, and I'll be more than happy. That's all I need. I don't need to live in a big city. Right, so this place has got 7. Let's have a quick look and see. Possibly nothing, but we'll have a look. Only 7. We can quickly do a scan. We can quickly move away from the star first. The amazing thing was as well that again the simulation in this game is so accurate that if you fly to Earth and look at the sky from the position of Earth, it matches pretty much the real night sky. You can spot existing constellations and stars and features. They're there. It's that accurate. When they made this game, if a star was known about, it was mapped into the game. It's in there. I love that. I love it so much. It's not just like where they've said you just made up a galaxy and made up the stars. It's not. It's all based on real. if you like a bit of astrophotography and you like to, you know, study the stars, or if you've got a telescope and you study the night sky for fun, you can do it in this game. It's not necessarily modelling the things in the sky realistically. Like I said before, if you've got two stars next to each other, you're not going to see one sucking the crap out of the other one. I'll rephrase that, sounds really bad. You're not going to see the effect of them being so close together. But it's going to be asteroids. Care about those. There'll just be two stars floating next to each other, which is not very realistic. But you know, it works. It would be better if they added more realism to it, but when they made this, it was kind of a small team. Now they're not quite so small, but it's not like a massive international studio maker. It's Frontier. They are big, but they're not got like hundreds and hundreds of people working on this. Nothing of any value. Let's move on.
Frameshift drive charging.
Now, if you've never seen this game before, I don't want you to think that this is all this game is jumping from system to system and doing some scanning and probing. There's so much more to this game. It really is a flight sim, pretty much. But it's just once you're out into the wild and you're away from, you know, colonised space, and there are hundreds of thousands of systems with settlements and space stations and things, and there's a massive area. The civilised bubble is enormous. You could play this game and never leave the civilised bubble if you wanted to. There's all like backstory, there's different political factions, there's power play stuff where you can support one faction, not the other, there's all the intrigue, there's a massive backstory. There's a thing called Galnet, where you get lots of like background story of the way it's set. Like you have like power play, that's the battles between all the different factions. There's the Federation, there's an Imperial Empire, there's all different things. This is a story about a guy who wants to make a space station on the highest star in the galactic plane. Just background story, there's loads of fluff and lore, it's great. So it's not just it's not as simple as I'm making it out to be. I'm just doing one of a tiny fraction of all the things you can do in this game. There's nothing else here for. I'm just going between. I'm just floating about in the empty space, scanning stuff.
Frameshift drive charging.
But there is also multiplayer. There's a thing called CQC, which is like combat and races, but apparently it's not very good. Not into that. You can play it as well. You can play it solo. I'm playing it solo, so there's nobody else in this game. It's just me and 70 quadrillion NPCs. You can play it in sort of a party game, which is just you and friends that you choose to play alongside you, and you'll all, like in a wing, you'll all see each other in the same game universe. Or you can play it completely public and open, where you'll see other people playing the game.
System scan complete.
The downside, if you play it open in public, everybody is horrible and you'll get killed straight away. Don't ever play it public, open. Just play it either with mates or private solo. But it's a shared universe. It's one Milky Way galaxy simulation that everybody shares. So every time I discover a planet, if I cash that in and nobody else has discovered it and I'm first, I get my name on that and it'll have my name on it for as long as this game exists. To everybody who plays it. They'll see Commander Dog sounds. Panzer says, we have some wonderful local eateries when they are not subject to lockdown. Well, yeah, exactly. Nothing there again. I keep going into scan a system where there's like 1 star.
Frameshift drive charging.
Paying attention. Now, if you keep attention to the night sky that you see around me, outside the cockpit here, as we get close to the galactic centre over the next coming hundreds of years, it will get brighter and brighter and brighter because we're getting more and more stars.
4, 3, 2.
dusty bar at the bottom, that will get bigger and closer because we're flying into it. So yeah, what I'm doing here is a tiny fraction of what's actually available in this game.
System scan complete.
But it is not an easy game to get into.
Fuel scooping complete.
The tutorials will give you the absolute bare bones basic. They'll get you flying a ship, and that's about it. And they'll give you the real basic vestige of how to do trading. That is literally about it. Make sure there's no... just 2 stars. I didn't want that. Because is it just 2 stars? It's always worth checking. It might be a black hole. You never know.
Frameshift drive charging.
More coffee.
4, 3,
2, 1. Engage. Space Whiz. I think when you go into hyperdrive like that and you're in what's called witch space, which is what that's referred to,
fuel scooping.
it's crazy space between stars, you might not hear it through my little, my stereo broadcast of your little PC speakers or whatever.
Fuel scooping complete.
But there's all these kind of like lovely squishy, squashy sounds as you're travelling through that witch space, the hyperspace. But there's little twiddly noises as well, and I kind of get the impression my brain is interpreting them as they've gone outside and recorded some sparrows and then processed it, because it sounds like sparrows but with a load of echo on them. And if that's the case, I think that's brilliant. I didn't do the thing, did I? Only 4. Lots of gas giants, asteroids, rocky bodies. There's at least 4 gas giants. They're going to be 4 gas giants with moons and orbiting dead things. Nothing interesting, I reckon. I'll give it a quick look. In 1 minute. In fact, I'll just press the button. There we go.
Drive charging.
Hog Boy says friendship drive charging. Yes, that's a meme. That is friendship drive charging. Engage. Spoot.
Fuel scooping.
Oh, hello, wibbly wobbly.
Fuel scooping complete.
Yeah, there's many things in this game they don't do brilliantly, but the sound is one of them. Next time I go into witch space, just listen if it comes out on speakers. You get all the whooshy noises, but there's a little noise, and it sounds, just to my ear, it sounds like a recording of sparrows. Like they've gone in the garden, there's some sparrows in a bush, and they just recorded them, and then they've put some echo on it. So it just, I can't not hear that now, though. Let's have a look and see what we got. That's not what I wanted to do. Why did I? Yeah, that was the wrong button. Bone fox.
Frameshift drive charging.
Dion's car says Chuckles.
Ready to engage. 4, 3, 2, 1.
I do love the boost sound for this ship as well. One of the other reasons, remember I was saying earlier on about the reasons I went for this ship, one of the reasons was the boost sound, because some ships have terrible boost sounds. What's this? Water Worlds. There we go, you see? Trust your Uncle Fox. Put me back on my proper route and I'll get some decent swag. There's one of the first, you start off the game in a Sidewinder and shortly after you earn enough little bit of money to get yourself the next ship up, which is an Adder, which is the next affordable ship. And most people will go from the Sidewinder to the Adder, but the Adder has the worst sound effect in the world for boost. It's like it's horrible. It's ugh. I couldn't stick with the Adder for long. I liked it as a ship, but that sound, it drove me nuts. I couldn't cope with it. So I can't have this silly sound effect. How is the game audio, by the way, guys? Is it loud enough or too quiet or too loud compared to me speaking? Or am I too loud compared to the game? Does the game need to be louder, or is the game just right? Do let me know, because I don't know. I'm listening to the game through headphones connected to my Xbox controller, which is sitting on the table next to me. It's part of the Heath Robinson Christmas tree wiring I've got going on. I'm playing on my HOTAS, but I've got my controller plugged in just to have the headphones in, so I can't hear the game as you hear it, if you know what I mean. Here we go, Water World. Lovely. Looks like a filthy, dirty water world. Look at the state of that. Filthy, dirty little bugger. Put the rest on.
System scan complete.
The first time you get an interdiction, though. Oh yeah, says Orc Boys. Oh yeah. Hopefully I don't get any of those, because I don't want to lose many years of data. But yes, interdictions. After a little while, you kind of get used to them, and as long as you've got a decent ship, they're not a major problem at all, really. But yeah. Getting interdicted when you're in a Sidewinder with rubbish weapons. Basically, you've got a flashlight. Your lasers are basically pew flashlights, and your armor's cardboard. It's basically... Sidewinder is the Imperial Guardsman of the spaceships in Elite Dangerous. Nine, 8, 7, throttle down. Golden rule: when it says 7 seconds on the timer, drop your speed down to half or 2/3. That way you don't overshoot. If you forget, that's why you overshoot. And you do the loop of shame. Loop of shame. Anyway, yes, I hope you're all well. My ears are uncomfortable now because I've had my headphones on for 4 hours. Yeah, they're not the most comfortable. How's everybody doing? Are you holding up? Anyone still with us from the first 4 hours who's still around? Has everybody since fallen asleep? Now it's time. Probing time. Let's do some probes. Probe. 6 probes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Probing's really easy when you get the hang of it. Golden rule. That'll do the top. That'll do.
Surface scanned by 50%.
That little line there will do the bottom. That little line will be the left side. That's basically if you aim it at those little dotted lines, it hits the pole, the left, right, up and down. If you go down to the line, it hits the pole. If you go further down, it goes onto the other side, and then that would be the pole at the other side, if you know what I mean. So it's not too hard once you get the hang of it. Eon's Car says, I've been here since 2:30. Orc Boys has been with us at 1 o'clock. Nim is here. Nim's been right from the start. Although you did pop out and you've been making cookies. But you've still been with us. I've been with you every step of the way as we manage this crisis. Next system. Just that one, wasn't it? Just that one. Ammonia Water World.
Frameshift drive charging.
Frameshift drive charging. Yeah. Next time I do the witch space, just listen for the sparrows. If you live in the UK, little fluff, like if you sit in your house, if you get sparrow, you can hear them outside, the little twiddly chirpy noises, quietly in the background. It's that kind of sound. It probably is, but I would love to think it's literally somebody just recording sparrows in the back garden who's used it as a sound effect. That'd be brilliant. Was that a system of one? I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. Okay.
Frameshift drive charging.
Engage! So with this route I've replanned now to wherever it is we're going. I can't check yet, so it might end up with more jumps because we're going lower down below the galactic plane, and then we'll be going back up again to head towards the galactic centre. It makes sense, but it because I'm scouting out particularly the kind of stars where you'll get Earth-likes and ammonia worlds and water worlds, and you know, neutron stars and black holes and stuff. Then we do stand a better chance. At this. Oh, here we go. See? Get off the route that the computer programmed and we start finding treasures. Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures. Oh, look at that, it's quite pretty actually. If you actually go and look at it in the game, it won't look like that. That's the only shame. Just round the cusp of the sun. Cusp. That's a water world. Yeah, it's a lovely blue water world this time. Lovely. Missing one more. I suspect it's going to be something hidden behind the sun. Oh no, something up there. See, not always in the solar plane.
System scan complete.
Floaty gas giant off in the background. If you know your space, by the way, that is a real galaxy or a real nebula. That little, it looks. I think it's the jellyfish. No, it's not the jellyfish nebula. It might be actually. Or is it? No, it's not. It's a galaxy. Because the jellyfish nebula is... You see it up there in the top... Hang on, it's back out. See up there in the top left? I can't really show you, but... Just where it says Norma Expanse. That little sort of... I think it's a real galaxy, but I can't remember what it's called. It's external to the Milky Way anyway. It's not... It might be the Large Magellanic Cloud. I think the smaller one is the small, but I'm not sure... Because the jellyfish nebula is a real nebula, and that's over here somewhere. I've been there, down here somewhere. That one. That's the Eta Carina Nebula. We are heading, by the way, the system I'm heading towards is taking us towards this nebula, which is well below the galactic plane, the Ord Prow Nebula. I think it's a real nebula. I think it's just an unnamed nebula in real life. Anyway. What have we got? Yes, water world. There we go. Just double check if we've got anything else usable. Might have. Oh, oh, oh. That is terraformables. That's 3, 4, 5 is the water world. There you go. So 3, 4, and 5. Yeah. So 3 is the nearest one. Go for that one first. This list here always shows it as distance from you. So 62 point light seconds, 55, and it updates as you go along. So I always check that list when I'm picking my targets to do them in order. There's no point going halfway across the solar system to come all the way back again. I've been here since 3, says Panzerkönig, but then I was expecting Fallout Friday. Ah, you see. Need to keep up to date on the boom huts and the Twitters and the Facebooks and the stuff. Because I posted up yesterday to say we're not doing that. All back. I'll be doing the same again tomorrow, starting at midday. Excuse me, and running till 6. Unless this kills me so much that I just sleep till 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, so we'll do the same tomorrow, starting at 12, going till 6, because, yeah, I mean, like I said, with my new journey, I've got 300 jumps to get halfway to the galactic centre, so looking at least 600 or more. This ain't going to finish anytime soon. Sunday, of course, though, I'll be back doing Warhammer Sunday this Sunday as normal. That never gets postponed. Unless absolutely necessary. That never gets replaced with anything. I'll happily replace Fallout Friday and Saturday with things, or postpone them if necessary. They're like my buffer zone during the week. But Warhammer Sunday only gets cancelled if I physically can't be sat at the bench for some reason. 6 probes. 1, 2, 3, 5. That'll do.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
I can't figure out if that's grammatically correct, you know. It's been scanned by 50%. It was 3, 4, and 5. Two, 3, 4, 5. EDSM's given me something else, but that might be the last system. D12, 17, 82. Oh yeah, EDSM. I was just checking it. It's not even up to date. It's like 2 systems back. So 3, 4, and 5. Yeah. What was I talking about? Can't remember what I was talking about now. No idea. Moving on. Yeah, so I'll be back tomorrow with more jump, honk, scoop. That's the routine. Jump, honk, scoop, jump. Jump, honk, scoop, probe, jump. Jump, honk, scoop. When you do the scan of this thing, that's called a honk, or doing a honk. Oh yeah, when it says scanned by 50%, is that grammatically correct? If you've scanned something, if I've scanned 50% of it, is it correct to say it's scanned by 50%? I don't know what you would say instead of by, but I don't know what, it doesn't feel right for some reason. You think you'd normally just say 50% scanned, or 10% scanned. We'd say planetary scan at 50%. I don't know, it's a weird little phrase that doesn't seem to fit in my brain very well. Honk, says Eon's car. Throttle back. It is an iconic sound of this game. The horn, the honk. Deep space scanner honk. In an ideal world, I'd know enough about astronomy and astrophysics and cosmology that I could play this game whilst teaching you all things about the universe, but I don't know enough. I'm just a chud who has a passing interest in it. A real strong passing interest, but a passing interest nonetheless. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. It says on the bottom right, the efficiency target, if you see underneath the chat window, efficiency target is 6 probes. You don't have to do that, but it's just, you get a bonus when you cash them in, so.
Surface scanned by 50%.
I don't know, it just doesn't work that. Scanned by.
Surface scan complete.
Surface scan complete. 4, so I've got 5 left now. Coffee. Oops. 2,000 light seconds. That's an eternity. All still at 100% integrity. Excellent. Haven't hit anything lately or been injured. That's good. I do like the way his hand animates sometimes as well. Although it's twitching like that, that's because my dead zone's a bit weird. I think I need to tweak my dead zone again, don't I? Oh well. I can't tweak it anymore though. I've already got it set so high that it takes me half an hour to get the shit moving when I move the stick, so yeah. Yob's car says, I agree. He says, yeah, no, I agree. Scanned by makes no grammatical sense. Scanned by is like scanned by a man, scanned by a scanner, not scanned by 10%. Scanned by 10% of what? It makes no sense. Scanned by 10% of the population. That makes sense. It's weird. I don't know. I'm sure it's probably correct. Back. I was learning some interesting facts the other day about supernovae, and we all have a thought in our mind of how, what happens in a supernova and so on. Current consensus is that as long as you're about 100 light years away from a supernova, you'll probably be all right. Let me just do this. Hang on. But It's another one of those things that gives you a real sense of the scale of the universe and the Milky Way galaxy. How can you put this? There's a supernova. I think it's Cassiopeia.
Surface scanned by 50%.
It's a supernova remnant anyway, and it was about 400 years ago. But we did.
Surface scan complete.
Nobody saw it at the time because for various reasons, and it was mostly all the light given off was in the radio range, not in the visible light range. So there's no record of it. This supernova 400 years ago, but we can see it now when we invented radio telescopes. And you know, it's way across. Doing now. It's way across to the side of the Milky Way. It's near the Vela Nebula. It's a long way away. It's not going to harm us. But I was watching a thing about this particular supernova, and
4, 3, 2,
basically this star exploded in a typical non-neutron star, non-black hole supernova, just a supernova, a regular one, 400 years ago. And in 400 years, obviously the light travels away from the supernova at the speed of light, as do neutrinos and gamma rays and X-rays and everything else. They all move away from the star at the speed of light. But you've then got all the remnants, all the stuff, the materials, the dust, the chemicals, the elements, all that stuff that's made up the star then expands outward as well from whatever's left from that. You know, there's a remnant left behind, and that obviously doesn't move at the speed of light. And they reckon, what's in this one now? I'll do some probing while I'm talking. It makes it easier to do probing and talking. Their current estimate is that all the material, the cloud, the nebula that follows the supernova, which is all the material that the star has vomited up when it exploded, all its guts. They think the nebula's about, I think it's something like 10 light years across. I could be wrong here. I'm doing this from memory. It's X number of light years across. It's not massive. Remember, it's 400 years ago. The gamma rays and X-rays and visible light rays that left have travelled 400 light years or more, like in the 16th century when it went supernova. But all this material has only travelled maybe 10 or 100, 10 or 100, 10, 20 light years, something like that. And I was like, okay, that's interesting. And they said, yeah, basically it's this big cloud of like superheated plasma and debris that's probably about 30 million degrees Kelvin. And I'm like, oh, wow, I never thought of that. Because you think of supernovae and you think it's a blast wave and it's this and it's the massive thing of radiation, and then you realise it's not just that puts you at risk. And I followed on with that with some other sort of stuff I was reading and watching, and it made you realise something. I was watching one video and it had a hypothetical scenario of like a star that was maybe about 300 or 400 light years from Earth that will go supernova. And again, not be a black hole, not be a neutron star forming supernova, not be a hypernova because it's two neutron stars colliding. It would just be a regular ass old supernova that explodes and leaves behind a remnant, creates a nebula. But it's, let's say, 400 light years from Earth. And they're like, okay, there you go. Thing goes supernova. 400 years later, on Earth, we see the supernova. And we're like, oh, there's a supernova. That's interesting. But it could then be... and it may be that at that distance, nothing actually bad happens to us from the light and the radiation, gamma rays, the X-rays. Because don't get me wrong, the gamma rays and X-rays that a supernova put out will just vaporize all life on Earth if it was close enough. It just either incinerate us or sterilize the Earth completely. Well, that's pretty. They have to investigate that. But this would be far enough away that by the time it got to us 400 years later, it would have kind of weakened and so on and so on. However, you would get an excessive amount of neutrinos that would create more carbon-14 in the atmosphere, again, which wouldn't do much harm, but it would be traceable in the carbon-14 record. And you're thinking, yeah, that's interesting. Hang on there, what was that? Geological or biological? Geological.
System scan complete.
And so you think to yourself, well, that's cool. But then, don't forget, of course, this is all the gamma radiation, the gamma rays, the X-rays and everything else. You've still got all the matter that comes off the star. And it could be that, like, supernova, 400 years later, we see the bright flash in the sky, it looks really pretty, we all go, ooh, ah, look at that, what am I doing in there? Ooh, ah, look at that, isn't that pretty? Nothing bad particularly happens. Bit more neutrino hit the Earth, neutrino shower hits the Earth, maybe a slight increase in mutations, perhaps, DNA damage, but nothing major, not causing any extinctions. Then, like, anything from, like, 400,000 to 1,000,000 years later, we get hit by the debris because you've still got the cloud of debris. Now, if it's 400 light years away, you're probably not even going to get affected by it. It'll just be a cloud of gas and dust that the Earth goes through, maybe a little bit warmer than background normal. Is there anything here we need to know about? Because I didn't even check that. But it's believed that Earth right now is going through actually a supernova remnant nebula. And that was kind of interesting. It's like, yeah, it's like it could be hundreds of thousands of years later we go through the remnants of that. And that's, you know, we've only been around in a civilization for like 10,000 years at best. And it kind of blows your mind. But then you think of it further and you think, well, hang on. Imagine a supernova 50 light years away. We're going to take a picture of that one, aren't we? Imagine a supernova 50 light years away. That's us in the danger zone. Now, there are several stars that are potentially going to go supernova within the next 1,000,000 years that could do us some harm. Imagine one that's 50 light years away. The star goes supernova. It takes 50 years for the light to get to us. We won't know that star's gone supernova for 50 years. And then we see the supernova happen as the light reaches Earth. Now, two things to keep in mind are, you might think, okay, well that, because what will happen then is maybe 100,000 or 200,000 years later, the matter from the star will hit Earth as well. It'll come past us. And that matter from that star could be tens or hundreds of millions of degrees Kelvin. It will just vaporize us. Toast. And that's like 200,000 or 300,000 years after the supernova. And you're like, what? But that's kind of mind-blowing. But then think of it on further. By the time we see the supernova, we're already dead. Because when we see the supernova, it's not just light that's hitting the Earth, it's X-rays, gamma rays, and all the other radiation that travels at the speed of light. Neutrinos, everything. We are basically toast if we somehow survive the irradiation from gamma rays and everything else, which we wouldn't. It's just amazing to think of it. It's like you'd still have then effects from that supernova in the future 10 times longer than we've even been around as a civilization. It blows your mind, and it just gives you the sense of scale, because all that stuff that comes out of the supernova, it's got to go somewhere. It goes out in a sphere, and it makes you realise every time there is a supernova, those things carve out and sterilise a chunk of space 20, 30, 40, 50 maybe light years, up to 100 light years in around the centre of that. Oh, I've overshot, wasn't paying attention. Loop of shame. Loop of shame. So yeah, so you never think of that, but that a supernova can literally sterilise a whole sphere of space up to 100 light years across, maybe even more. We think. And you never think about that. And it's like, how many civilizations have been wiped out because a star near them turned into a supernova. I mean, we're lucky our star won't turn into a supernova. Well, it will die, but it won't necessarily explode and do a lot of harm. I mean, it'll destroy Earth as it grows big and massive. Ours will probably do more of the shrinking and collapsing thing. It won't do all the exploding and wiping out the universe type, big chunk of the galaxy type stuff. I'm not saying big chunk, it's a tiny chunk. But yeah, it's like insaneness. I'm not going to go into the asteroid belt on this, onto the rings in this one, because there's no point. What I will do is get a nice photograph of it with its shadow. This is the other one was a brown dwarf with rings, so I could scan the rings. But this one, it's an icy body, so I can't really do anything with the rings without scanning the star. Get my words out. Thing as well. We shall get close. Very pretty. Wish we approach this. I like the idea you've got these different coloured rings, like the ones on the outside could be ice and the ones on the inside could be rocky debris from a planetary impact or something. Let's come out of superdrive. Not all I wanted. Normal space. Bill Cropper's in. Hey Bill, it says afternoon. I love playing Elite in the 80s. This looks awesome. This is like Elite, massively Elite Plus. Right, let's take some pretty pictures, shall we? So I want to move this away. Zoom out a bit. I can't really go down much. I'm locked to the wherever the camera is, but that's going to be a nice picture. Obviously, when I take a picture, it won't have the chat in there. You're seeing it with the chat on. I won't have that. Let's just get this lined up nicely. Let's have a bit of a... I think having it going off the corner of the screen is quite nice. Going off the sides. All about your composition. Composition! Now what I can do is I can move the ship around without moving the camera around if I get this just right. You never quite know what the best way to have the ship pointed is when you do these kind of things. I take that off and I do that. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. That was wrong. There's like 3 different sets of camera controls. It takes a while to get used to. Let's get the ship in the right place first. Okay, that looks about right. I'm going to turn the chat off so you guys can't see it, just so I can see what I'm looking at. That looks quite nice there. Let's turn that off. Then we'll turn that off, and I'll go back to that. I want to be able to tilt this a bit. There. How does that look, folks? Is that looking good there with the little bit of shadow? I love the fact the shadow means you can see through the rings and the stars behind it. It's beautiful. I think that will make a nice photo giraffe right there. I think that's about in the middle. That looks lovely. I'll put it down a little bit. I think that's just right. What I can do is I can turn my thrusties on. Bit of boost. Take a picture. There we go. If I can do it fast enough. Probably won't do it. Doesn't. Oh, that's the wrong one. Yes, I got my thruster. It's really hard to get thrusters going in there. But that's another thing that I only recently found out is how when you've got the camera on, you've got the stick moves the camera, or you can set it so the stick moves the ship a little bit. Or it moves the camera. How do you explain this now? Basically, I can have it, the stick moves the camera, or the stick moves the camera and the ship, but keeps the ship locked to the camera, or you can set it so the ship is not locked to the camera and the camera doesn't move, and I can do that. I didn't realise this bit recently. This is the bit I didn't know. This bit where I can control the ship to set up. And I was like spent ages trying to set up shots and couldn't get anything interesting. So, yeah, so anyway, enough of that nonsense. There you go, lovely photograph. Any pictures I take today I'll upload to the Boom Hut later on today, so just for funsies.
Frameshift drive charging.
There's this star. Where's my next star? Let me frameshift drive, but I don't want to go through a planet.
Frameshift drive charging.
Let's just get into slip space, into slip speed first.
4.
Oh, put the jet back on.
2. 1. Engage.
Take a second for chat to kick back in again. The proper way will be this planet has or has been 50% scanned. Yes. Fox and Fallout Fridays become my start of work cycle treat, though the past month has been the overtime maternity cover shift from hell. Oh dear. Chocolate crinkle cookies are done. Going to take a break from baking for lunch. Yes. What's the crinkle bit? That's the bit I don't get. What's the crinkle? Are they like where you shave little bits of chocolate off and you get the little like shavings? Is that the crinkles? You know what I mean, when you get little chocolate shavings. Could you put crisps, i.e. potato chips, into cookies? Would that work? Or would that be just nonsense? Yeah, so just thinking about things like supernovae and how every time there's a supernova that's not a neutron star or anything else, it's basically a 50 to 100 light year utter sphere of death. You never think about that. 65 bodies, holy cow.
Fuel scooping complete.
This may well be the biggest system. I've never seen a... Wow, that's insane. I've never ever seen a system with more than 40 bodies. 45 I think is the most. I'm going to have to check this out. I will have to wait for EDSM though, because I can't scan everything. But I've never seen a system this big. This may be... Wow. Not going to be one of the biggest systems, but it's certainly one of the biggest things I've ever seen. I may have to scan it just to get my name on there, because it might be one of the biggest ones. I don't know. I can't remember the biggest system. I think the biggest one might have like 100 bodies in it or something. Can't remember the record. But just on the off chance that this is one of the top 10 largest systems ever in the galaxy, I'm going to get my name on it. You're damn right I am. Yes, we might be here for about 10 minutes. But hey. Good chance to ask questions. So Bill, when you used to play Elite back in the day on the BBC Model B, or PC or whenever you used to play it, what was your ship of choice? I'm currently rocking a Krait Mk. But I also have an Aspect Explorer and a Sidewinder. Everybody loves a Sidewinder. Okay, let's see what this system has to offer, shall we? I think even if there's nothing in this system, I think just purely for the fact it's 65 bodies, I need to scan it. Just on the off chance that it's something special. I'm going to guess it's a whole mess of gas giants with a whole mess of orbiting bodies around them. Because they do tend to attract. Now it doesn't say they're moons, it just says rocky bodies or high metal content objects. Oh, listen to that. Oh, that's a great sound effect, that is. Thank you, screenshot. Wait a minute, I've done about 2 screenshots. That's the second screenshot I've done. That's the first time it said that. Wow. Guess Xbox Live is going a bit slow today. Bill, if you give me a minute when I've scanned this system, I will blow your I will blow your mind. Because if you remember the original Elite, had a fixed number of stars and stuff, I will blow your mind in a minute. Let me scan this system first. Asteroids, yeah, I don't care about them. Anything else? No, nothing else there. Okay, that's them. No, no. Come on, what are you? Come on. Come on. There we go. There. One gas giant. There. There's something there. I've not picked up one yet. Rocky bodies everywhere. I bet it's just like a whole bunch of gas giants and lots of little rocky bodies, and that's kind of it. Won't be anything special going on here, I don't reckon. Come on. Here we go. Big wide ring system on that one. Oh, hello. All the way over here. Stop moving. Here we go. Oh, this may take some time. Talk amongst yourselves. If you happen to have a whole massive selection of cookies available to you right now, it might be a good time to eat most of those while I'm doing this for the next 20 minutes. I can't turn down a system with this many bodies in it though. I think the most I've ever come across is like maybe 45, maybe 50, maybe. A gas giant. Yep. Water-based life. Cool. Ammonia based. Still got gas giants left. Yeah, there's gonna be tons of them. All you can say is that with this many things floating around it, the main, or you know, this either one or however many stars are in this system, it must have been a hell of a dense nebula for there to be this many bodies. Just don't forget, when a star forms, you know, the star forms because the gas and dust and materials in a nebula collapses down through gravity, and the pressure becomes such in the centre that eventually it ignites, fusion begins, and that's where your star comes from. The star then blasts out a sphere of empty space from the dust, and the gravitational pressure waves from that formation of the star then starts the process again in the dust around the star. But instead of forming other stars, although it does sometimes, it just forms planets and other bodies. So to have this many bodies, it must have been a hella big dust cloud or nebula. To have so much material to form so much stuff. I'm going to guess there's more than one star here. It's probably a binary or trinary system. God, how deep does this go? Gas giants or orbiting other gas giants. It never really makes much sense when you see it like in this view. It's only when you get into the orrery view you really kind of get a sense of what's going on. What are we on? 30 yet? Oh god, we're not even halfway there yet. Holy cow. Can't not scan this system though. It would be remiss of me. Something down here, I think. No, I'm wrong. I was wrong. Left there. Good. There. All those, they weren't even on the orbital plane of the star. They were kind of off down to the bottom. The orbital plane of the star is here. Right, there we go. Oh Oh no, they were actually. They're just okay. So I'm 3D. I'm thinking of getting this perspective wrong. They are. They're just on one side compared to the other. That's all. That. Well, that's pretty. V pretty. See, when I plot my own routes and don't just go for the simple please get me to the black hole, get a much more interesting route. I think the problem is that so many people will be in, you know, a particular region and say get me to Sagittarius A star, and the system will plot their route, and the next person that comes along, it's got the same criteria, you know, use this much fuel, this much distance. It's gonna kind of do very similar routes, babe. They're all gonna have very similar paths. You're gonna get lots of objects that people have already discovered. Whereas if you just point at a star, random star, because I think the automated systems, if you want to get to say Sagittarius A star or a known object like a nebula, it's gonna do the simplest, straightforwardest route. And it's going to go along the plane in the galactic plane. It's not going to be interesting, which is where everybody goes. So if you want to get those juicy discoveries and the extra bonus for being the first person and get your name on some of these planets and stars, the trick is just to go down or up and work your way from there. Always go down first or up. Don't go along, because everybody goes along. Go above or below the galactic centre plane. That's where the real space money is. 100 bodies, is that not an orgy? Says Panzer. Could be. Where to? Chocolate crinkle cookies are done. Oh, I've done that one. Maybe you can grab fraps for easy screenshots. There's Daddio. I'm on Xbox. I'm not on... hey Daddio66, by the way. I'm not on PC, I'm on Xbox. So, yeah, I'd just do it in the Xbox. What we're doing now. But I was tying little baggies of cookies to carrier pigeons to send across the ocean to you, says Nim. Oh, yeah. The good thing about that is, basically I get a big bag of cookies, but also a pigeon. I get a free pigeon. Which I would call Bob. Paul Stewart, you know, my and Chris's good friend Paul Stewart, the third leg of Team Inept, has got himself 2 new kittens, and he was asking about names. And in the chat the other day, this group of us all trying to suggest different names, and Chris's gross. Oh, look at the stripes on that! I'm going to mark that just because that's pretty. I might, if there's nothing else in the system, I'll take a picture of that. And he's looking for names. All these names were coming out, and they were obviously under approval from Mrs. Paul. No, it's not actually Mrs. Paul, but you know, from his better half. And I thought the idea of calling a cat Burp, brilliant, Burp the cat, is just a great name. It was vetoed. So I'm much disappointed that he doesn't now have a cat called Burp. Imagine that. What's your cat's name? Burp. Burp the cat. There are lots of other unsavoury names as well put forward. Beyond 60. I only got 4 more to go. Yay! System scan complete. For the love of God, tell me that now. Right, let's see what's in here then. One more. One more.
System scan complete.
Yes. Now let me have a look at. Well, funnily enough, what's its face? EDSM is not even a third. It was about a third of the way through processing all the data I've uploaded. It's uploaded from the Frontier servers. So yeah, let's have a quick look. Do it the old-fashioned way. Send one my way, Nim, says Chris at Gross Models. Third leg, ew, says Chris. Yes. Right, so this is what we've actually got. Told you, it's mostly gas giants. Look at that. With hundreds of little bodies around them. If we go to the Aura review, it's, I don't know how this view works, to be honest. I've never really used it. I don't know how you... There we go. I think that's not a very big system. 2 stars. Around this star, we have a whole mess of gas giants and all the bodies orbiting them. Around this star, we have the same. Lots of bodies. It's basically two solar systems orbiting each other. If you think about it, you've got both these stars not orbiting each other. They're orbiting a whatchamacallit, a central point that I can't remember. There's a name for it. When they both orbit a point, they kind of orbit each other, but they also orbit a point between them. And I can't remember what it's called. It's not like one star orbiting another. This star orbits that way. It's orbiting something here. They're both orbiting something, but it doesn't appear to be a black hole. Not that I can see. I'm not up on orbital mechanics, I'm afraid, so there's no black hole here between them, so yeah, okay. So can I check EDSM yet? Oh, no. Anything in this system worth scavenging? Now with this many, it's possible there might be something orbiting a gas giant that's worth scoping out, but not likely. More likely. But I have to go through them with my big fat joystick one by one to see if any of these are terraformable. Probably not. Highly unlikely. There's nothing here. All that, and there's actually nothing here worth scanning at all. Or probing. They're just icy moon. But we'll go on. If it's not too far away, we're going to have a look at that, because that looked quite pretty. Prophia IU D1316A6C. Argon rich. Icy body. We'll take a look. See how far away it is. It is... Oh, it's not that one. Hang on. It is... only 3,000 light seconds away. That's fine. It's a couple of minutes. Only have one birdie, says Nim. Oh, not my fault, said Nim. Just have Fox send the bird back. No, that's true. Nah, he will have eaten it, says Krait. Yeah, I would have done. I wouldn't eat him. I'd call it Burp, just because Paul's not allowed to have a cat called Burp. Gentlemen, welcome aboard flight. Team Inept hashtag. Even got the hashtag wrong. Currently cruising at 23 times the speed of light towards Planetary C, which is a icy body with a ring system, which looks quite interesting. We should be looking at this and taking a photo giraffe momentarily. If you just joined us, we've been streaming since midday today. It is 4:54 and 28 seconds. I know that because it says at the top of my screen there. You can see it in the game. I like having a clock in the game. It makes much. The only thing is, when it switches to British summertime, that's universal time. It doesn't update, so it's an hour wrong, and you have to remember that. But right now, at winter time, it's 4:54, 44 seconds. So we'll be going till 6 PM today. I'm getting a bit hungry now. I've been sitting in the same chair for almost 5 hours. I've had headphones on for 5 hours. I probably won't be able to hear anything once I leave this room. Take the headphones off. Ten, 9, 8, throttle back. There we go. Now you can set a button on your controls to actually drop the throttle to that 75% to avoid the loop of shame, but that's boring. I'd rather actually have some action on the throttle. I have a certain way of holding the throttle when I do that. Nim says, I just ordered my lunch, which is sesame seed chicken with white rice, an egg roll and some steamed pork dumplings. Oh, can I have that? And after eating, you'll be burping, says Panzer. Exactly. I had Chinese again last night. I was allowed Chinese again last night because Mama Fox rewarded me for doing all the hoovering yesterday. She wanted to do all the Christmas hoovering ready for Christmas, but she can't do it anymore, so it's me. I have to do it. So It is a shame the music's too quiet. They really have messed up the music that you hear when you're travelling between the planets and stuff out in space. They've messed it up with the latest update. It's really quiet. You go in the menus, it's fine, but now look at this. This is a beautiful little planet. Look at that. That's stunning. That's adorable. So crisp. Now you assume, of course, that the rings are made up of very specific things, and that's why they look the way they do, because that's built into the game. The way things look depends on what's actually in them. If I do a bit of this, can I? Let's quickly change my camera angle. Get my ship out of the way. I don't need my ship in this one. I want this to be the special picture of the thing itself. What's the best angle for this, do you think? Craziness? That's boring effort the right way up. I think a bit like that. We'll spook forward a bit. Actually, no, I can't do that because I've got to come out of... get closer. I have to come out of Super Cruise. Because if I stay in Super Cruise and take a picture, there'll be little bits of stars, bits of dust whizzing past the camera. So I have to come out of Super Cruise. So my slip's just doing 30 kilometers an hour. Then I can do this. Then I can do that. Get my ship out of the way. Now I can focus on just a picture of the thing itself. I'm thinking that's a good angle. An under angle. Quite pretty. And quite bizarre. Let's take the overlay off so I can see what it looks like. Take that off. Chat off. I'm not actually getting a screenshot of on the computer, by the way. I'm getting a screenshot on X. The only reason I'm taking the overlays off there is so I can see on my... because I'm playing this on Xbox, but I've got it going through my capture card to my computer screen, to my PC monitor, so I can actually have everything in front of me. Otherwise, I'd have to have different microphone setups for all the audio coming out the speakers. I think that works for me. So, what am I doing now? I don't need to actually take all the overlay off for the photograph. That again, that's just purely because I'm looking at it on the PC screen, PC monitor, and I need to see what it looks like without all those overlays on the top. But there we go. So that's cool. I like that one. That's a very pretty, sparkly star. That is. Yes, you can buy bobblehead letters. Mike Foxtrot's in. I'll just come out of here. He says, I've not heard about this game before, but does the HUD say arse? It does. You can buy things to decorate your ship. In fact, I know there's one thing I want to do. I'm going to very quickly exit because there's one thing I need to do to customize the ship. Yes, you can. There's an in-game currency called arcs. And you can either buy them with cash money or you get them anyway. I've just earned some, I think. Nope. I've just earned 100 from exploration. So you can earn them by just playing the game, or you can buy them. And you can use them to buy like cosmetics and stuff for your ships and things like that. But what I want to do is... I can't do this while I'm flying around. I have to do it from the menu, unfortunately. But this is my ship. Krait Mk. So currently I've got the colour scheme is Squadron Red. My weapon colour is Cyan. Engine colours. I've got some customised bits on there. I've got some different voices I can use. I've got Archer. Oh no, I didn't want that. Hang on. I don't like Archer that much.
Greetings, Commander. This is Archer, your cockpit voice assistant.
I'm not keen on Emily. No.
Bienvenue, Commandant.
Oh, also I'm not French. I don't know why that. Don't know why I've got Amelie available. I can't stand Verity.
Greetings, Commander. This is Verity, your cockpit voice assistant, more commonly known as Kovas.
Can't stand her.
My purpose is to...
Sounds like she's going to say, for general customer services, press 1. Now, I have also got Leo, which is
Greetings,
Holly.
Commander. This is Leo, your cockpit voice assistant, or Kovas. Installed to provide systems, information, and analytics.
Anybody who watches Red Dwarf will realise that's the guy that played Holly. Now, he's a great voice, but the problem is he's too quiet sometimes. When he says things like, you know, fuel scooping complete or gives other little notifications, it's too quiet. You can't hear it. Like system scan complete, you can't hear him. So it's really annoying. So I had to get rid of him in the end. So I'll just go for Victor because it's not exciting.
Greetings, Commander.
Oh, no.
Greetings, Commander. This is Archer, your cockpit voice assistant, or Kovas, installed to provide systems information and analytics support throughout your journey.
I don't know. I could go for Archer a
I
bit,
issued
maybe.
a standard by the Pilots Federation in accordance with Statute B7.
We'll try Archer for a bit. See what you think. We've had Victor up to now. Victor's the kind of default standard. I've got some decals and stuff on it. I've got some ship kit on it. Various bits and bobs adding to it. But what I need to do is something I have got. You've got basically dashboard positions you can put things on. So I've got A, R, S, and E. I'd rather have them in the middle, but I don't have 2 mounting points in the middle, sadly. But what I think I've got, I think I have some Christmassy string lights. Oh no, I haven't got. I've got them. Oh no, I've got the default ones. Oh well. I've not got any multicolored ones, I'm afraid. I've only got the generic. Oh. Oh, I want them. I'm not spending... I haven't even got that many in-game currency monies anyway. No, I'm not spending money for them. Sorry, kids. This Christmas you get bog standard white lights. That's what you get. There we go. Right, let's carry on. Where were we? Yeah, don't play in open play. Open play, you'll just killed and griefed all the time. Oh well. Yes, you can buy bobblehead letters to custom. You can buy bobbleheads and other things. Oh wow, that's really annoying. That's... Yeah, if you do it in the Aspect Explorer, the string lights kind of go up and over and around, and they kind of look like they've been poorly hung up. That one, it just looks like really annoying. It's like... Yeah, it's like... Oh dear. It's like... Oh dear. It's like when you see a video and there's a guy with a space helmet with lights in the helmet. That's what it'd look like.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Chris says, you might be able to afford them by Christmas. Oh, undoubtedly I will be able to. But I don't really want to spend my arcs on string lights because I'm only going to use them at Christmas. That's kind of annoying though. I don't like them. You can buy bobbleheads that are actual proper bobbleheads of like figures and stuff, but yeah, it's the in-game currency which you slowly accumulate over time. But you can also just buy things. You can use them towards things for your ship and all kinds of stuff. Oh, I've got to reset the galactic map. Oh. Hang on, I've got to reset my route, haven't I? I think. Do route planner again. Yeah, so you use the in-game currency to buy customizations for your ship, and they're all cosmetic. There's nothing game affecting in there. But and when I first played this game, I will admit I spent actual hard cash money. I did spend hard cash money. Yeah, I'm a bit guilty about that. That's why I've got my ship kit and stuff. But hey, I was young and naive. Chris says, but free arcs. I know, but I might want to get a Sidewinder for this particular character and have that decked out with some stuff as well. So I don't want to spend money on this crate yet. Just on the off chance I get a Sidewinder as well. Because I do enjoy tooling around in a Sidewinder. God, they look pallid, don't they? They look just... yeah, it's Christmas. They're not exciting. Just waiting for my route planner to set the route. Then we can jump to the next system. Yes, if you are playing this on Xbox though, you are, I assume on other platforms as well, up until the 26th or 28th of December you get free arcs just for logging into the game each day and logging into your ship. Orc Boy says, so yes, I will be back on this tonight. Cheers, Fox. Absolutely. What are you playing on the Orc Boys? What platform? Okay, let's go to the next system. You can even get a bobblehead of David Braben, the guy that created the game. If you say what, I have no interest in that. It'd be really nice though if before we finish today we get a neutron star. That'd be mint. Don't think we will.
3, 2, 1.
Now let me know if you prefer the other voice or this voice. I'm not sure yet. We shall find out. Yeah, the Holly voice is great fun, but it's just too quiet.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
He's a bit quiet. It's a bit more like, rather than going fuel scooping complete, he's like fuel scooping complete. It can be hard to hear him sometimes. So how far did you get today? Well, I think we did. I don't know because I changed the route, didn't I? Halfway. So we've probably done about 20 or 30 jumps, maybe 40 jumps. I don't know. I do not know at all. But I did discover my 60-odd bodies system, which is always a winner. There's probably nothing in this system, but for the sake of something or other, I'll go and play with it. Scan it. It's quicker just to scan it. Well, you never know. We found a few terraformables. We found a couple of water worlds, an ammonia world. Not found an Earth-like yet. There's plenty of time. That there. Two more. Somewhere. Over there. Ah! Aha! Off the orbital plane. Ah. Cheeky little numbers. Gas giants? No, not gas giants. Geological likely.
System scan complete.
Systems. He's kind of talking through his teeth. System scan complete. I quite like it. It's just not as... I don't know. I don't know.
Frame shift
No,
drive
no,
charging.
no. Wrong buttons, you spoon. Right, there we go. Let's see if any of these are worth anything. No. Nothing. No help for the Klingon.
Frame shift drive charging.
He's a bit more chilled out, this guy. Frame shift drive charging. The Orc Boy says, I'm sure to have you, Chris and Paul as friends. Ice Monkey 7th, Cav.
3, 2,
I don't know. I'm not playing this on my normal Team Inept profile though. I'm playing this on my Dog Sounds profile, which is my own personal profile. You might have me down as Guru Fox, but this is my own personal account.
fuel scooping.
Which is why I've got this Krait Mk ship and everything else.
Fuel scooping complete.
It's a bit chilled out for me. I'm not feeling him. Pardon the expression. What are we doing? How many was in this system? 15. Nah, we'll scoot and shoot. We've still got 317 to get to
Frame
my
shift
jump
drive
point, my middle
charging.
point. Because I did change the route after a while, so I don't know where we are now. I don't like them lights. At least they're not flicking on and off dead quickly. That's one thing, I suppose.
4, 3, 2, 1.
It'd be nicer if the lights actually strung across the cockpit, like in a really inept fashion, like they kind of looped down in a little bit and hung off an end somewhere. If you look, you can see the string that they're on, but
Fuel scooping.
it'd be nice if they were more haphazard, like in the, I think in the Sidewinder, they're just draped over the top.
Fuel scooping complete.
Fuel scooping complete. I'll change it back to Victor, I think. Although it should be said, I haven't changed the voice in the SLV, so that'll still be Victor, I think. And this one, let's have a look. 36. Gas giants, high metals. Nah, look. Because we're about to leave the where are we? We're in Prufia, MACD 1410. So we're in the Prufia zone of the galaxy of the Milky Way. We're about to leave that because the next star is Blay Hype EMC. Wow, it's quite an moment when you go from one, because you'll go through like 100 stars with the same basic name because they're in a little zone, a little region, and then you cross across that. Anyway, Bill, are you still with us? Because I'm going to show you something now, Bill. You know how originally it had like a small number of stars? Yeah, I'm going to show you. This game takes place in the Milky Way, obvs. But let me show you all the stars. I did this earlier on for everybody else. You weren't here. Oops. It takes place in the Milky Way. I'll put it onto realistic view. I'll probably just go to a crawl now. We're here. Every one of these little sparkles is a star. And we want to go to, we want to get to black hole here, Sagittarius A star. Every single one of these is a star with planets and moons and gas giants that you can visit and go to. And I'm going really slowly right now. If I was to speed up a bit, it won't show them as much, but it takes a second for them to populate in. But if I go forward, see kind of the number of stars here. As you get to the centre, it gets more and more insane. This is insanity. Every single one of these is a star with bodies orbiting it. Every single one you can get to. I can't. I've got to pull out now because it's slowing it down to a chug. It contains 400 billion star systems, roughly. They estimate it contains about 400 billion star systems in this simulation. I'm just limiting my search though to certain star types. There we go. White dwarfs, non-sequences. There we go. I think that'll do. So yeah, there you go, Bill. How's that for blowing your mind? This isn't your grandfather's elite. This is hardcore elite nonsense. This is. Right, so I thought you'd like that. I seem to have replotted a route though for some reason. Quite know why. Let me just go back and fix that. Yeah. I seem to have somehow conjugated my route. We're heading towards that nebula. Now it says we're going to be leaving one system into the other, so I don't know when that is. We're there. I nearly pointed at my screen there. We're here. We have to get to here today, or not today. We have to get to here and then here. And from today, we've probably gone from about here. Probably gone from about here to about here. Guessing 50, 60, maybe 70 jumps. I'm not sure. So yeah, we've not got far in terms of galactic distance. Set the route tracker. So yeah, Bill, if you're still watching, this is Elite Dangerous. As evolutions go, it's a hell of an evolution of the original game. Come on. There we go. I think the route tracker's ready. Yeah, there we go. Right. Got 313 jumps. Keeping in mind, the star we're about to jump to is 34 light years away. The star we're heading towards is probably several thousand light years away. There's no way for me to get to it quickly, unfortunately, but I'm going quite a way down into the depths of the Milky Way. And the star we're going to go to when we get there eventually is our target destination. Is 9,500 light years from our current position. Yeah, so you get the idea. That star we're jumping to now is 30 light years away. Our destination is 9,000 light years away, and that's not only about halfway to where we want to get to the black hole.
Frameshift
So
drive
yeah,
charging.
gonna take a while. We're going till 6 PM today. I'm back tomorrow at midday, up till 6 PM again, and then next weekend is Christmas, obviously, so probably won't be around next weekend.
4, 3, 2,
And the weekend after that I'll come back, and this will replace Fallout Friday and Skyrim Saturday just until we get to the black hole for the weeks coming forward. I don't know if I'll do 6 hours every weekend. It might just be like 3 hours stints as it has been before, but we'll see. It's such a faff getting everything set up now to do this stream with the POTAS sticks and my keyboards and headset and everything else. Compared to a normal game, it's more of a hassle to get set up, so I really don't like that voice. I'll change it back when I finished. Okay, so we're in a new arm, new leg of the thing. 10, I can quickly scan these, may as well. Might be something of value. Might not be, but it's only 10 of them, so I kind of cut my loss. If it's a many body system, like 20 or 30, and there doesn't seem like there's anything of any value in that, I'll skip it over, because the time it takes me to find out there's nothing of value. If it's like a 5 or 10 body system, then it only takes me as long as it would to wait for EDSM to update anyway. And by the fact of actually scanning it like this, I've got a little bit more money than I would have done if I just honked and went off to the next system. So with little systems, it's kind of worth it. And I might occasionally come across a terrestrial. A terraformable. You never know. Or something with biologicals.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive
No.
charging.
Wrong button. Let's have a look. No. Oh, there we go. 1, 2. 1. So 6 and 6A, I'm going to guess that is. 6 and 6A, yeah, rocky body. So it's got a moon. The planet and its moon are both terraformable. There you go, that's money in the bank. Let's go scan those. Probing time! Probing time! Probulatory actions prepared. Probulations. 9,000 mince pies. Are we nearly there yet? Are we nearly there yet? Are we nearly there yet? No. Shut up. Don't make me come back there and slap you. If I have to get your mother to come back there and tell you off, I will. This is the kind of thing you can do multi-crews where you have 3 people in the cockpit. There's me piloting, obviously you can have 2 other people in the cockpit with you who are your friends, the other players. And I debated whether opening it up to Chris and Paul just to join in, but ultimately they'd be sat in the cockpit with nothing to do for 6 hours. Because the downside of multi-crew in this, the idea that you can have 2 other people on your ship with you, is there's very little they can do. One of them can man the guns, and one of them I think is the same. That's about it. There's nothing for people. So multi-crew on this is a whole waste of idea. Really wasted. I tried it with Chris and it was like I was sat in his ship and he was flying and navigating and doing everything. All I did was kind of man the weapons, but we weren't doing combat, so it was kind of pointless. That music is so faint and quiet. It's broken it. You really have broken the soundtrack playback of this game. 7 probes, okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. Go this way for a change. 6, 7. There we go. Can we stop to get ice cream? I want ice cream, ice cream, ice cream, ice cream! Says Mike Foxtrot. Willie Rayburn says, I've got to go potty!
Surface scan complete.
You forgot the standard reply, which is, but Mum! Mum said. Can I have this? No. But Mum said. No, she didn't. Don't play me off against your mother. Now this has a moon as well, which we can scan. Also terraformable, apparently. So much you can do in this game beyond what I'm doing. What I'm doing is the solo, loner, lone wolf, don't want to play with other people kind of thing. But all the stuff I'm doing today is like 10% of what's available in this game to do. I'm just doing the Euro Truck Simulator drive from A to B thing. Oh crap, I wasn't paying attention. Whoa, don't crash into the planet. Oh, do you know, it's my 3rd loop of shame in this show, and I never do loops of shame. Because you've got me, I've got you guys for company and distracting me, you see. I don't mind. I'm more than happy for the company. Probage. 1. 2. Oops. 3. 4. 5. 6. Now, if you're wondering why I'm doing this probing stuff on certain worlds and not others, it's just because in the context of the game, when you come into a system and you honk the horn, it gives you
by 50%.
It gives you real basic information. You get a small amount of money for that when you cash it in. If you go and then
Surface scan complete.
You know, you come into a system and you honk your horn like this. That's bare bones basic information. You might get X number of credits. If you then come in and do a system scan where you look for individual worlds and scan them properly, then you get more money for that because it's more data. And then if you go into each planet and then probe it, you get even more money when you cash it all in. But a lot of them are worth very little. So that's why I'm really just keeping my probing to terraformables, Earth-likes, ammonia worlds, and anything really special.
Frameshift drive charging.
Multi-crew do have a job driving the pilot mad, says Panzer. Yeah. But boy says, I do the cargo haul and grab the odd bounty. Yeah, I like doing passenger missions. Well, I sort of like doing passenger missions. But when you're in civilized space with space station, it's one of those things where you'd be like, I'll just do one more little data mission, and then like 4 hours later you're like, I'm still doing data missions. Going backwards and forwards delivering stuff. It's quite fascinating. Quite absorbing. No, I know. Oh, burpage. Just do apologise. I know you've not seen much variation in stars. They've all been like white dwarfs, or these kind of bright white stars, or blue stars. But that's only because I've only got real 2 or 3 types of stars selected to give me the most Earth-likes and stuff. In reality, you do see lots of different types of stars. We're just not seeing many of them, and not every star can be scooped either. My search parameters are stars that give me a best chance of finding good things to scan, and ones that I can scoop fuel at. What was I looking for? Oh, yeah. Sure we not got a black hole? Nope. So you've got a K-class star there, you see. Animated. Quite pretty. But no black holes. I was kind of hoping by now we would have seen a black hole or at least a neutron star. But I guess it's just not meant to be. Not meant to be. Blay hype. Sounds like something from somebody from Glasgow would say. Aye, so a bit of blay hype there. Little wee bit of blay hype, I think you'll find. Blay sounds like a Scottish slang word. Oh, there you go, there's a different kind of star. It's one of them.
Fuel scooping.
32, you're saying.
Fuel scooping complete.
Right, what I'm going to do, let's have a quick look at this system. We'll make this the last system for today, but I'll give it a quick scanulation. We'll see what's here, and then I'll find if it's got somewhere to land. We'll land for the day. We've got nothing of any great interest other than it might have some landables. I mean some terraformables. I'm just going to refresh EDSM, whatever it's called. That might not do anything for a few minutes. So we'll have to do some scanning anyway because I've got to find somewhere to land. We may as well do that now. Get this bit done, then we'll go and land on a special place. If I can get my aiming to work. When it says adaptive zoom failed by, I have to press a trigger to make it zoom in. But if I haven't got it lined up properly, it fails and then shouts at me. It's quite annoying. It's got to be lined up just right. I do love that little crinkly noises though. They are great. You watch this system now, but the last one we do today, and it'll have like 20 terraformable planets and like all these other things and like a load of biological signals. I'll be like, oh. Biological on that one. But yeah, this is it's a fixed shared Milky Way galaxy game world. So it's all mathematically generated. But if I find a star with a planet, then that will have always been that planet round that star. It's not just like randomly generated when I get there. That planet already exists in the simulation. Every planet and every star is fixed. So when I come into a solar system, into a planetary system, that star is always the star that's been there. Those planets around it are always the planets it's had. It's just I might be the first person to actually get there. And apparently, this came out in what, 2015, I think. Apparently, in the 5 years that this game's been out, so far, players have mapped something like 0.004% of all the stars and bodies in the Milky Way. Like, we've not even got 1% of all the objects in the simulated galaxy, which is just very amazing. I think they calculated that it would take something like 400 billion years of the player base playing the game, given the current whatever the current player base was at the time, to have time to chart every single star and planet and moon and object in the Milky Way. Amazing feat. And it's the kind of game where you think they could put a lot of other things. They could put, lots of other races and factions, and you could really go out to town if they had a massive development team, with things to do and places to go and all kinds of things happening. But that would be the kind of stuff that you would aim at the shooty-killy market. And the one problem with that is that no matter how much they make this game, or no matter how much they tweak this game to try and make it appeal to the shooter
System scan complete
kind of market, it's not that kind of game, because you have to. It's a simulation. There's too much of the extra simulated bit that you're going to have to do that normal regular shooter types aren't going to bother with. All the millions of buttons and stuff. What have we got? Can I? Anything on? No, on the EDMS RC? No, not yet. Okay, so let's have a quick look and see what we got. No, nothing. So discount your moons. Gas giants, that'll be icy moons. Yes. This. No. It'll be potentially mostly icy moons. Nah, fake. Yeah, there you go. Told you. Maybe you see a whole mess of gas giants. It's probably just lots and lots of moons. If there was no gas giants, then you might have had some terraformable rocky bodies. There would have been more of these, and some of them might have been terraformable. Because the gas giants are here, they take away materials from the formation of these, and these turn out smaller and less likely to be terraformable. So what we'll do, there's nothing here worth probing or scanning. So we shall basically find the nearest landable and do a landable. So I shall turn on my devices. So we want shield generator, yes. Shield boosters, thank you. We don't need weapons. I want my planetary vehicle, because we might go for a drive next time. Power distributor, yes. Don't need repair limpets and stuff yet. I don't intend on crashing into a planet. And nobody ever intends on crashing into a planet, but power into systems to speed up that. I love that. Let's just watch that for a minute.
Shields online.
Yeah. When you're in a combat situation.
Frame shift drive.
No. Choosing all the wrong buttons. It's that one, I think. There we go. 60%. Yeah, when you're in a combat situation, that little animation, and given the fact when it finishes and says shields online, your shields are only 50% charged. You've got to light all 3 rings, and that's what's taking time down here. You can see their shield 73, 74. When you're in a combat situation and something takes down your shields, that little animation, it's so frustrating because it can be so slow. You're like, oh, come on, faster. Right, we have Blay Hype. Where are we? At least you have not had to call the fuel rats on live stream, says Up Boys. Oh no. Blay has no chance of entering the Scottish language. Blay, why not? Blay sounds like a good Scottish slang word, that. Aye, it's a wee bit blay. It's a wee bit blay the neat. Right, anyway. So that's the nearest landable planet. I need to quickly check whether it's landable, as in not going to destroy me. Gravity is 0.9 G, so almost normal 1 G. That's fine. Oh, it's also got some features. Okay, well we can double up on this one then. We can land on it, and we can also probe it for geologicals and get some geologicals while we're there. Now it's actually really close, so I nearly overshot it right out the gate there, nearly. Yes, fuel rats. I've never had to call the fuel rats because I've got a fuel scoop. I've been very careful that the only stars I'm going to in my current lineup of star types is scoopable stars. Where people get into trouble is they have lots of star types that they go to fly through, and they forget that some of them are not scoopable. So you only need to go to like 5 or 6 T-Tauri stars in a row, and suddenly you've run out of fuel, and it's very easy to forget. But because I've got my route planner locked on A and O type stars, I have got like Wolf-Rayet and neutron stars and black holes and things, but you only get them very rarely. You don't get like 5 or 6 neutron stars in a row. 50%. Obviously I can't scoop fuel out a neutron star.
Surface scan complete.
Right, so let's have a look at, let's go into combat mode. I don't know why you do, but you do. Combat mode, and let's have a look and see what we've got geological wise. Nearest geological features are not actually going to be there. Maybe they are going to be there. It would be kind of rare that the geological signal will be right underneath my ship, but go to the side a little bit. Oh no, look, they're actually on the other side. What a surprise. There you go. We're on the night side now. Something on the day side? That kind of sucks. Oh well. So we've got shields on full. Big gouge in the planet there, big little square gouge. Look at that. We need our night vision. Let's put night vision on. Night vision on. And by the time we come back next week,
orbital flight engaged.
It'll be at midday, so it may well be that by the time we come back next week, is night vision on? Yes. This site we may be in daylight because it may have orbited round enough to actually be daylight. You never know. The difficulty is I can't see how far down I am, so I can't really see. I need to be not quite so shallow. I think I need to be higher up. I need to be coming down onto the thing really, rather than... If I kind of fly horizontal and level to the surface, I'll be like 500 kilometers away from the thing, and I can't go that fast without frame shift drive. I'm just flying around the planet. Speed up a little bit, carefully. Get to about 100 kilometers away is probably good. Doesn't help that I can't see there because it's dark. Okay. We're 50 kilometers up and we're 110 kilometers away, so I need to just balance that out a bit. I can also see in the bottom left my distance to it, just to count me in. Start a more vertical drop now. Yeah, 33 kilometres up, 60 kilometres away, that's better. Glide mode. See, we can just start to see some terrain. Glide mode gives you the bejeebies the first time you do it, because you can't slow down, you're not in control. Welcome to the night side of this body. Night vision on. Carefully approaching the target area, which is all over the place and there's nowhere flat to land. God damn it. Now I can't go too fast, because if I suddenly hit the fast button, in some gravitational areas it takes forever to slow down, and if I go too fast I can't slow down quickly. Yeah, I just spun onto the surface. Fox, how long are you playing for? I see Sidewinder. I'm going to land here and that'll be it for today. See, I'm not stopping yet, I'm still going. I need to pull up. I'm horrendously... Oh, I'm going to crash. No, not. Oh, look at that. I was about... Oh, that was lucky. Oh, that was lucky. Oh, yeah. Depending on the gravity, if you're going at a certain speed, you keep going for a little while before you stop, because you have retro rockets. Oh, that was lucky. My shields protected me there a little bit. Yeah, no hull damage, but shields took 20% damage. I was going too fast, and I tried doing upwards thrust and it didn't work. You can't stop on a dime, especially when it comes to like 1G. It's not that easy. I've got to find somewhere to land. See, I keep going. So I just managed to get my landing gear up in time. That I didn't just plough into the surface. That was lucky, that was. Find somewhere flat to land. Let's also get more than 30 metres up above the surface, just in case there's a sudden mountain. Flat zone. I'm looking at the radar scanner at the bottom. When it goes blue, I know it's a good landing spot. And you can kind of just roughly estimate based on the terrain it's showing you. I'm not looking out the window, I'm looking purely, I'm flying by instruments. There we go, see that? I'm purely flying by instruments. That blue circle means I can land here. So I line up those little arrows there and drop down with the vertical thrusters. Landing gear is down, just double checking. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Now it says unsuitable terrain. Oh, it's just a little bit off. There we go. Butter. There the terrain is, says ECI. Oh yeah, don't forget I'm on the night side of this object, so it's dark. If I turn night vision off, that's all you see. I've got headlights. My ship does have lights on it. But night vision does make everything a lot better. Right, so what we'll do, it is 17:44. I'll quickly get in the car. We'll go and have a look at them geological features. I think they're nearby. And then we'll call it a show, I think. Just very, very quickly. Headlights is there. I like where you've got dipped headlights or normal headlights. Right, it's a 1G world this, so... I'm stuck on a hill somehow. I can't get out from under there because I'm stuck on the ship. Okay, let's go backwards. Can I get out from that way under the ship? Yes, there we go. Right, where's these geological... Oh, it's right in front of us, but I can't scan that because I'm too close to the ship. Let's have a look. Geological contacts, what have we got? Crystalline clusters, needle crystals, Pisces cobble, but... where's the actual geological features? That's what we want here. Let's do cockpit mode. That one. I'm suspecting it's these vents that are the things I need to scan. I'm too close to the ship. God darn it. Power to the shields. Always a winner. Can I scan that? Right, we did this before and I've already forgotten. There we go. There you go. I scanned something. I got 2,500 credits for scanning something and it didn't tell me what it was. Cool. Now it'll be the same across all of the body there, so there's no point doing any more there. Right, let me go back into cockpit. I will do though, very quickly while we're here. I'll see if I can pick up some resources just for 5 minutes before we go back to the ship. I see a hedgehog, potential hedgehog. Yeah, space hedgehogs. Hello. That's not how you're supposed to do falling over, but never mind. It is chromium, which I'm full up on. God damn it. Oh. Hello, no. But that is more spikies, more hedgehogs. There's lots of different things you can find, like clusters and fragments and meteors and things that you can blow up for resources, but I just like these crystalline ones because they, especially on low gravity worlds where they bounce along and fall all over the surface and bobble along for ages. How many rounds have I got? I've got 1,870 rounds left in my shooting device. That's good. I'm not going to run out anytime soon. Come on. Go. Yay, vanadium. I need that. Probably. Collected. That's my ship. Get it? Bag ship. Got one more. We'll get one more and see what we've got. It's quite hard driving in almost 1G because it's just hard. I'm not used to not being floaty light, you see. But maybe all the resources around me. I don't know. I don't think I can do anything with this because I'm going to be too close to the ship to shoot. Not going to let me get that one. Let's try this one. Ooh, nice big spiky. Look at that. Oh, I'm too close to the ship still. Oh, flipping heck. Gosh darn it. You can't deploy weapons and things within a certain distance from the ship, which is kind of annoying. Pisceus cobble or Pyceus cobble, I don't know how it's pronounced. That is nickel that I don't need. Okay, that's fine, we'll call it quits anyway. Head back to the big spaceship. I landed my spaceship on a steamy vent thing. Now I've got a kind of steaminess going on. It's a bit seemly, I know, but yay. I love my ship. My ship's the best ship in the world. I'll hear no other words about it. Oh, apart from when I can't get in under it. There we go. I thought I had a nightmare that I was going to get stuck and not be able to get back out. That would not be awesome. Cargo scoop.
Cargo scoop retracted.
Board ship. There we go. And there we go. So I shall turn the headlights off. Because my pilot will be going to bed now for a little while. There we go. Yes. So there we have it. That's going to do it for today. Not bad that. We've done a fair bit. We've done, I don't know, 50 or 60 jumps maybe, something like that. I don't really know, to be honest. We've done a whole mess of jumps anyway. Let me just Look at the ship from outside. Well, can't really see much because it is night time. But like I said before, theoretically, if we were to sit here for long enough, you would actually see the sunrise. Yeah, can't really see anything now. But that's going to do me. Let's go back into the ship. That's going to do us. So thank you very much for watching. I will be back tomorrow, 12 p.m. lunchtime, midday tomorrow, with another 6 hours of this. Another 6 hours of the Elite Dangerouses. And like I said before, the plan now is to do this until... I'll turn the headlights on because it's kind of boring if you don't. The plan now is to do this until I get to Sagittarius A star. So from now on, Fridays and Saturdays is going to be Elite Dangerous until I get to the black hole. Like I said, I don't know if I'll do a 6 hour stint every Friday. So it's quite hard work doing a 6 hour stream like this. It might just go back to being 3 hours. Not next week because that's Christmas week and won't be doing stuff next weekend. But after that, we'll go back to Friday and Saturday doing this, and then once we get to the black hole, we'll go back to Skyrim and everything. Then that's the fun bit. But I just wanted to get this done because it's been a goal for a long time to get to Sagittarius A star, and I've kept not doing it. So the only game time I get nowadays seems to be on a Friday and Saturday live stream. So I thought, screw it, we'll just use them to do something I want. That's going to do us. So for today, I'll be back midday tomorrow with 6 hours more. Quick last look at chat. Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed again. The easy hideout. Oh yeah, nice one, Fox. Thank you. Says up, boys. Car says see you tomorrow at 15:40 or so. Fox, thank you. It will just be though lots and lots and lots of scooping, honking, and jumping with the occasional planetary landing. We feel like if I see a planet with biologicals, I'll be landing and checking those out. But I will be back tomorrow midday. I don't know if anybody else is streaming tonight. I always get lost as to who streams on Fridays and Saturdays. So I do apologise if someone's got a stream this evening and I've completely forgotten about it. But I'll be back midday tomorrow. And we'll be back on Sunday, of course, with Warhammer Sunday for the normal Sunday building stream. But I need to go off and, well, first of all, do a lot of enormous trumps. I think I've got a big trump building up, so I need to do a lot of enormous trumps before I go downstairs. Not me trumping in the kitchen. Then I've got to go make the dinner. But anyway... enjoy the rest of your evening. I'm going to make sure my buttons work first of all. Hang on. Have I even got buttons? No, I haven't. Never mind. We'll ignore buttons. I'll stop waffling now. I'll go make the dinner. Take care of yourselves. Thank you very much for watching and sticking with me all afternoon. I will see you again tomorrow. Go play something awesome. Go be awesome. And until next time, adios amigos. Stay safe, commanders. Don't forget, fly safe, wear a mask, wash your hands, and don't fly without a rebuy.